Clauchrie wind farm inquiry. On Monday, we considered wildland issues, and yesterday we concluded our consideration of aviation lighting. And today we're going on to discuss other landscape and visual matters. And I'm expecting to hear from 3 witnesses today: Mr. Welsh again for the applicant, Ms. Anderson for South Ayrshire Council, and Ms. Spence. I think you've all checked in with Graham already, but can I just check that you can hear me and that all the parties' technology is working? Mr. Thompson?
Yes, everything working so far, thanks, sir.
And you have Mr. Welsh with you, and Mr. Campbell?
Yes, sir, thank you. I can hear you and see you.
And I'm correct in thinking that Ms. Jack's not playing any part today? It's yourself.
I don't speak for her, but I don't think so, no.
Right. And Ms. Spence, I can see you're here too. Can you hear me, and can we hear you?
Yes.
Yes. Well, yes, I can. Good. Yes, muting as usual. Can I remind you please to mute yourself when not speaking, and to turn your videos off when not participating. Again, I won't repeat the announcements I made at the start of the inquiry regarding webcasting, COVID restrictions, and the inquiry timetable and procedures, but these can all be viewed on the webcast for 24th of May, which is available on the DPEA website. So we only have today scheduled to complete the evidence on landscape and visual matters. So I think to hurry things along, I'll be happy on this occasion to take recognitions as read if parties would prefer, unless there are particular sections that the parties wish to highlight. And we'll review our progress at lunchtime. Are there any procedural points that anyone wishes to make at this point? Yes, Mr. Campbell.
So good morning. Could I just ask you to confirm your intentions for tomorrow? Is it the case that you're not going to use tomorrow unless this evidence overruns?
We're not going to use tomorrow at all because it's a public holiday. So our IT support will not be available. So no, I think if we did fail to complete today, then we have an overspill day on the 11th of June.
Yeah.
Or alternatively, on
that's
the
fine.
Yeah.
I wasn't looking to do long-term planning. I was just wanting to confirm about tomorrow for personal reasons.
No, we definitely won't be sitting tomorrow or on Monday.
Thank you very much.
Okay, if there's nothing else, I'll come back to you then, Mr. Thompson, to lead Mr. Welsh, please.
Thank you, sir. Just one preliminary matter. We raised the point yesterday of the possibility of you taking advantage of your opportunity to ask Mr. Welsh questions about aviation lighting. And just to prepare for that, the relevant plans are JW5 and JW6. It might be helpful to have those to hand at that stage.
Thank you. That's helpful. I'll raise my questions. Right. Good. With that done, shall we proceed?
In that case, if you are content that we take section 4 of Mr. Welsh's recognition as read, we can go to my first question to Mr. Welsh, and that concerns an error that I think Dr. Gordon raised the other day. Could I ask you to comment on that, please, Mr. Welsh?
Thank you. Good morning, sir. If I could ask you to go to CD 1.1.7, which is the Chapter 6 LVIA. And page 49. which is the assessment for viewpoint 5 Noctolian. And I'm grateful to Dr. Gordon for identifying an inconsistency in the reporting. If you look at the bottom right-hand part of the table on page 49, which deals with significance of effect, it tells us that the effect is not significant, long-term and adverse. That's correct, but the following sentence has 3 errors in it. It should read, the proposed development results in a medium to low magnitude of change, and that's consistent with the box above, with the effect of this change assessed as it should be not significant, sir. And in the following sentence, the visual effect is considered, that should be not significant. I apologise for that reporting error there.
Okay, thank you. I've made a note of that.
In that case, Mr. Welch, could I ask you to have Ms. Anderson's recognition, her one for this session, which I think is on behalf of the council only, in front of you. And could I ask you please to comment on paragraph 2.4, the landmark hills issue.
Ms. Anderson refers in this paragraph to my comments on the use of the term landmark hills in the capacity study. Firstly, I would say that I do not say it is unreasonable for Ms. Anderson to use this term as it suggested in her recognition. Instead, what I have done in my evidence is question the validity of it as a concept at paragraph 11.14 in my inquiry report. If you look at figure 4 in the capacity study on page 19, it is evident that landmark hills, the tag related to landmark hills, relates to virtually every hill or range of hills in South Ayrshire. The capacity study in 2018 gave Ms. Anderson an opportunity to review her approach to their identification. It's clear to me that the concept of landmark hills is in no way incompatible with wind farm development. If you compare figure 4 with figure 1 in the capacity study, it can be seen that landmark hills have been identified immediately adjacent to a number of operational and consented wind farms. These are also shown in my figure JW1 as landmark hills alongside the wind farms, but I would note that the broad hatched area has not been represented on JW1. Instead, the hilltops have been referred to as other hills. But for example, landmark hills 26 and 27, which are Craig Dow and Kirk Hill, are adjacent to Kirk Hill Wind Farm, which is consented. Landmark hills 13, 15, 16 and 17 are all very close to Hadyard Hill, and landmark hill 12, Soch Hill, is the site for Trelorg, it seems. I appreciate some of these wind farms were approved on appeal, but if there is any perceived incompatibility between wind farm development and the protection of these hills, then the 2018 updating of the capacity study gave a good opportunity to address that conflict. I also understand from David Bell, who is the applicant's planning witness, that there is no national or local policy protection of landmark hills, including in the emerging LDP2. I do think that the approach taken in the capacity study invents another tier of restraint on wind farm development that is unique to Ms. Anderson's approach. In Murray, for example, some wind farms are also located on so-called landmark hills, for example, Berryburn and Paul's Hill 2, where Ms. Anderson has also undertaken the capacity study.
Thank you. Could I ask you to look next, please, at paragraph 3.2?
Yes, paragraph 3.2 states that the viewpoints 12, 18 and 19 are only representative of views, and it seems to diminish their selection. And I'd like to clarify, for the avoidance of doubt, the representative viewpoints are just that, representative of wider visibility, and the locations for these were agreed with SAC, Nature Scott, or SNH at the time, and Dumfries and Galloway, as documented in Chapter 6 of the EIAR at paragraphs 85, 187, and 190, and that's CD 1.17. Agreement on the viewpoints is also noted in the Statement of Agreed Matter with SAC at 3.23. If I could ask you to look at JW2, sir. Which is the enlarged part of the ZTV.
Yes, I
You
have
can
it.
see, good, you can see that viewpoints 12, 18 and 19 are all located on the above the Stincher. So 12 is due north on the page, and 18 and 19 are at 10 and 11 o'clock.
Yes.
We also, in the Stincher Valley, included viewpoints 7, 20, 21, and 9. And I think that on this basis, the LVA provides exceptional coverage of the likely visual effects in and on the edge of the Stincher Valley. And I would just draw your attention to the term representative and how it's defined in the LVIA at paragraph 187.
And could I ask you, please, next to look at and comment on paragraph 5.3.
Ms. Anderson, in paragraph 5.3, disputes my assessment that the effects can be described as localized, and then goes on to describe the severity of the effects. I would say, sir, that I don't consider the effects of this proposal are especially severe. And if I could ask you to look at JW7, another one of the large format figures.
Yes.
This figure 7 is the same ZTV that we were looking at a moment ago, but it the computer model also attributes a height to the forestry layer included in the map of 5 meters, a nominal 5 meter height. So it introduces it as an obstacle, and I consider that to be a cautious height for the forest park, but it helps to illustrate how the presence of forestry in the area may limit the areas that have clear theoretical visibility. And it's based on a GIS shapefile data produced by the Ordnance Survey, so it's not something my company has contrived. And on this basis, I think it is fair to say that the effects of the proposal are localized. We know from our Statement of Agreed Matter and evidence that landscape effects are confined to the north side of the Stincher, below Hadyard Hill, and to the east of the development on the west-facing slopes of the Merrick. We also have effects in the immediate context of the site itself. But other than that, there are no material significant effects identified for many other geographical areas. So I think it's a fair assessment to say that the effects are localized for this development, and I think this figure helps to back up that assessment.
Could I ask you next then, please, to turn back to paragraph 4.1, where Ms. Anderson considers visual effects. Would you like to comment on that section, please?
Yes, in this section of Ms. Anderson's precognition, she identifies 5 Roman numerals for locations where she thinks the significant adverse effects would principally occur. I would confirm, sir, that the statement of agreed matter also helpfully confirms 3 locations where we disagree on the significance of effect, and that's viewpoints, visual effects, and that's viewpoints 9, 12, and 15. And I would like just to take a few minutes to go to those 3 viewpoints to discuss our assessment of not significant for each of those locations. So if we could go to CD 1.4.9, that's the viewpoint in Bar.
Yes.
The first page of that viewpoint pack is the cumulative plan, and then the zoomed in ZTV showing the viewpoint location. And then we have the, in figure 635B, we have the first of the visualization figures. And this includes a 90-degree baseline photograph and a 90-degree cumulative wireline below it showing the proposed development. One thing I just wanted to draw to your attention, sir, in relation to these visualizations is that they are intended to be as accurate as possible, and that's agreed between the parties, but they really must be used in the field. And the reason for that is that all they're able to capture is a relatively narrow part of the overall experience that you get at each location. It's almost akin to taking a view and looking at it through a letterbox. And by getting a fuller appreciation of the context, it adjusts how you assess the impact. So an assessment based purely on the wirelines alone is really inadequate for that reason. And I'll just highlight this by going down to the next, if you scroll down or look down to the photo montage in 635D, you can see from that we've jumped into a 53.5 degree field of view shot, which focuses on the development itself. Now that is wholly in accordance with Nature Scott guidance, so it's right and proper to present it that way. But by comparing that even with the baseline 90-degree view, it starts to put it into a different context. And all I would ask you to do, sir, is when you go to these viewpoints with the visualizations, that you base your assessment on that rather than a desk-based assessment. In terms of the 3 viewpoints, viewpoint 9, Ms. Anderson and I have both assessed Bar to be of high sensitivity. The difference between us is in terms of the magnitude. Ms. Anderson assesses a medium magnitude. I assessed in the location a low magnitude, having regard to our respective definitions. So the difference between us at bar is 1 point of calibration, but that does make a difference in the finding of it being significant or not. And I stand by our assessment that this is a not significant impact when you have regard to it in the field. Likewise, if we could quickly go to 1.4.12, which is viewpoint 12. And figure 638B is the baseline panorama. And again, that's a 90-degree field of view, whereas your experience in the field is very different to that. You have more peripheral vision and the image appears less compressed above and below because of your eyesight naturally takes in a wider context. And that in itself can affect how you view or make a judgment of the impact. If we scroll down to the photo montage in 638D, Miss Anderson and I disagree on both the sensitivity and magnitude, again by one point on our respective scales, but that makes the difference between a judgment of significance at what is nearly 10 kilometers. And I say that this is a not significant visual impact for all the reasons set out in the viewpoint assessment. But there is a difference in professional opinion there. And finally, looking at viewpoint 15, which is CD 1.4.15. Which is the view from Colmonel at 12 kilometers.
Yeah.
And the photo montage on 641D is quite helpful at showing what it would look like, but again, it misses this context, which is so important. We both say it has a high to medium sensitivity. We say medium high. Ms. Anderson says high to medium, so that's the same. And the difference between us is 1 point on our scale of magnitude. We say that magnitude is medium low, and Ms. Anderson says it's medium. So I would say the differences between us are finely judged in these locations, but it does make the difference between a significant and a not significant effect. And I would ask you to look at these visualizations in the field, sir, in reaching your view on that difference of opinion.
Thank you. I should say I have visited all these viewpoints already, so I'm happy for parties to be aware of that.
I think finally, Mr. Welsh, could I ask you to look at paragraph 4.2 on Ms. Anderson's recognition. Sorry, her report.
Yes, at 4.2, Ms. Anderson addresses the significant adverse effects on visual amenity at 3 properties. The matter of residential visual amenity did not form part of SAC's objection to Clauchrie. As noted in the regulatory panel report, which is CD 1.3.1, SAC reserved its position in relation to the visual impact on residential amenity. I remain unclear from Ms. Anderson's inquiry report and her precognition whether the council's case has now been expanded to include residential visual amenity as a basis of objection. We are, however, agreed, Ms. Anderson and I, that significant visual effects would arise at all three properties considered within the RVAA, numbered 1, 2, and 3 on the plan at figure 6.4.1 in appendix 6.4. It may be helpful just to quickly go there, so we've got that in front of us. So that's CD 1.5.8. And figure 6.4.1. Our measure of agreement extends to the fact that we jointly consider that what's described as the RVA threshold would not be reached for any property while the current baseline conditions of forestry are maintained around the properties. Where our opinion appears to differ is in relation to the step 4 assessment in CD 7.10 in a scenario where the forestry has been or is being felled. The step 4 assessment considers whether the visual effects at the property are of such magnitude that the residential visual amenity threshold has been reached, whereby the matter is one of residential amenity significance, thereby becoming a matter of public interest. And paragraph 5.2 in CD 710 describes that clearly. For the reasons set out in the individual assessment sheets for each of the three properties in Technical Appendix 6.4 that my company prepared, I do not consider that the threshold would be reached for any of the properties in either the current or projected felling scenarios. And I explain in my precognition why I find this to be the case, especially for the property called Furter. In contrast, Ms. Anderson considers that the threshold would be reached in the felling scenario for two properties being Furter and Shallochwell. And the felling phases are illustrated on the assessment sheet for Furter, which you may wish to have regard to. But given the difference of opinion, again, between us on this matter, I recommend that the reporter makes his own assessment on site at the properties using the wire lines and visual material available.
Thank you, Mr. Welsh. Could I ask you finally to look at Ms. Spencer's precognition, where she has raised a lighting issue in respect of on-site working, or at night, or at least nighttime working. Could you comment on that, please?
Yes, in Ms. Spencer's precognition, she identifies Kilgalleach Wind Farm as a major offender in terms of overnight maintenance. I have spoken to the applicant about the nighttime maintenance activity at Kilgalleach Wind Farm. I understand that there has been no exceptional maintenance at Kilgalleach. The maintenance contractors generally work till 4 p.m. and occasionally work later if a job needs to be finished. However, there has been no instances of this occurring this year. I understand further that the need for lighting on SPR's wind farms is very infrequent, and it would really only occur during winter months when daylight is shortened and the service and maintenance contractor is travelling into or leaving the site at dawn or dusk. The compound areas of the wind farms have motion sensitive lighting, which is triggered for a short period of time when service vehicles are in and around the main compound. I understand further that Miss Spence could be referring to activities conducted by Forest and Land Scotland, who have regeneration works ongoing in most of the neighbouring operational FLS sites as they prepare ground for replanting. There's also been some peatland restoration at Mark Hill at the end of this year and end of last year and the beginning of this year. Both of those activities are out with the applicant's remit. However, it is possible that those contractors working for FLS would use the same access roads to enter and leave site and may work different hours to the applicant.
Thank you very much, Mr. Welsh. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Thompson. Can I turn to you then, Mr. Campbell, for any questions you have? I think you're on mute, Mr. Campbell.
Sorry, a pound in the jar for coming on. Try again. Good morning, sir, and good morning, Mr. Welsh. Mr. Welsh, I wonder if I might begin by picking up a matter which you covered in your supplementary questions in chief. Repeatedly, you used, for the reporter's benefit, the word context and the importance of being aware of context when using photomontages and wirelines in the field. Without going to any of the examples which you cited, I wonder what you really mean by that. Does it mean only that rather than looking at a letterbox view, the eyes, of course, employ peripheral vision, and you see a much wider, vertically and horizontally, a much wider view, enabling you to place the turbines in a bigger arena, if you like?
I think that's a fair way of capturing what the point I was making. I'm not suggesting that somebody may turn around at these locations, which obviously you can do and gain a completely different sense of perspective. But it is, if you're standing and looking at any of these viewpoints, your eyes naturally take in a wider field of view, both horizontally and vertically, and that affects how you perceive the changes shown in the visualization. The more you, conversely, the more you zoom into a photo montage where the development is positioned at the center, the more that's likely to give you I think, a distorted impression of the actual likely effect.
So you're not really saying anything new here, are you, except that a photo montage is a tool on the way to a complete appreciation and shouldn't be used in and of itself to make a judgment?
That may not be new, but I think it's a point worth stressing, that these viewpoints do need to be, particularly viewpoints that are where we have a difference of opinion, need to be visited for the assessment to be carried out.
Yes, I wasn't suggesting there shouldn't be a visit to the viewpoints. I'm just trying to home in on what you mean by context. What I would suggest to you is that you're not actually saying anything new. Simply you're saying photo montages are a tool, a piece of a jigsaw, if you like, but not the whole answer.
That's a fair assessment.
Thank you. Moving on and returning to a theme which you and I have covered before, in your inquiry report at paragraph 216, you touch again on the question of acceptability or appropriateness. If you have the place.
Yes, I have that.
Thank you very much. I think we now understand that by acceptable, you mean, in inverted commas, landscape acceptability. That's to say, a fit in the landscape, in your judgment.
I think it goes a little bit further than that, Mr. Campbell. The LVIA itself describes whether the development fits the landscape or visual receptor and refers to matters such as scale and land use, landform. What I'm doing in my evidence at an inquiry is providing my expert opinion as to the acceptability of those effects, but confined to my area of expertise being landscape and visual.
But you're not saying, go on, I beg your pardon, I interrupted.
Just to complete that, the EIAR does not go that far.
Very well, but you're not saying anything more, are you, than that, in your opinion, the project fits with the chosen landscape in an acceptable fashion, in your judgment?
I am having regard to judgments made in decisions over the last 20 years in terms of landscape and visual effects. So there is that added, and that's why I'm talking, I call it experience. That's why I'm bringing that experience to bear to explain to a reporter why I consider effects to be acceptable in relation to my discipline. I'm absolutely not suggesting that this is a planning balance assessment.
No, and I wasn't going to put that to you because I understand your position in relation to the use of the term acceptability. Your methodology is set out in the EIAR at chapter 6. That's right, isn't it?
Yes, yes, it's in technical appendix 6.1 to be precise.
Thank you, I'm grateful. And in technical appendix 6.1, among other things, you say that where you find generally significant visual effects, they're weighed in the adverse side of the balance. Now, I want to find out, please, what you mean by that. What balance are you talking about?
The planning balance, or the balance that the decision maker has to make.
Yeah.
The adverse landscape and visual effects will normally be weighed by the decision maker in the planning balance.
Well, it's not your fault. I'm sure it's mine. But in reading technical appendix 6.1, I wasn't able to decide whether you were talking about the professional judgment balance, in other words, the landscape architect's professional expert balance, or whether you were talking about a balance to be performed by the reporter and Scottish ministers. I think you've cleared that up now, and I'm grateful. Yes. The technical appendix 6.1 tells us, among other things, that your methodology relies and echoes the well-known, sorry about the sticker, the well-known GLVIA-3. I had the benefit of proofreading that book when it was published. The word acceptable doesn't appear in it at all. Can you comment on that?
Yes, I can. It sets out a basis for undertaking an objective assessment of landscape and visual effects of a development proposal. It does not stray into opinions on acceptability of effects, but that is precisely my remit as an expert witness at an inquiry allows me to do that.
So you, while you say that your methodology is based upon or predicated upon GLVIA-3, adapted by reference to your own expertise, nevertheless you say, I'm entitled to go further. I have this concept which I call landscape acceptability, and I'm entitled to put it to the reporter. Is that a fair summary of your position?
Yes, and some landscape architects decide not to do that.
No, I don't
uh,
care about others. I want to know your position.
That is my position. I believe that I am able to express, on the basis of my experience and professional judgment, factors that I consider render this development acceptable in landscape and visual terms.
Yeah, we could spend all day on this semantic merry-go-round trying to decide what acceptability means. And I understand that you're not talking about a planning balance, but in a situation where the word doesn't appear in the published guidance, neither does it appear in your chapter 6 in your EIA, the word acceptable. I'm struggling a little bit to see how you can make a finding of significance. You can put it in the balance as on the adverse side of the balance, and then you can conclude that it's acceptable. That seems to me to be a little Jesuitical, if I may say so, and arguing yourself out of a position which the guidance forces you into in the first place.
I understand that one part of the reporter's remit at an inquiry such as this is to determine the acceptability or otherwise of effects, and I believe it's perfectly within my role as an expert witness to provide the reporter with my expert opinion on those factors. It's for the reporter to form his own view, but with that information available to him.
The
And
real
I
risk,
could go to the lime. I could go to the lime kiln decision, which confirms my approach is not an unreasonable one.
well, please let's not go to Caithness on this occasion. If you go back to my question, what I struggle with, and you still haven't really given me an answer, what I struggle with is a finding of significance which you place in the adverse side of the balance, and then you conclude that nevertheless it may be acceptable or is acceptable in inverted commas landscape terms. Those two things seem to me to be mutually inconsistent.
I don't think they are, Mr. Campbell, because every operational commercial wind farm in Scotland will give rise to significant adverse effects. And yet we know a large number of them have become consented and built. And it is the step perhaps between that objective assessment of environmental significance and reasoning as to why a significant adverse effect may not preclude the consenting of a development.
Yes, one of the striking features of this proposed development is, of course, the height of the turbines at 200 meters, which is distinctly higher than, for example, Mark Hill, Aracleach 1, even Kilgalliach, although that's somewhat some distance away. I wonder if you'd agree with me that the added height that you are proposing here is a factor that plays into this judgment, and it may, in due course, be a judgment that because of the added height, that renders the project not only significantly adverse, but ultimately unacceptable because it is just so prominent because of the adverse height. That's not a matter you deal with in the inquiry report, and I'd like to get your view on it, please.
I would accept that because these turbines are larger and have a larger rotor diameter and a taller hub, that means that they are more likely to have wider impact. And I think, an example, even looking at viewpoint 15 that we were looking at earlier, if the turbines were not 200 meters tall, they would not stand as proud as they do in that particular view. And so it is inevitable that because of their larger size, there is a likelihood of them being seen in different ways or in different relationships to the landscape. you know, it has been a progression over the last 20 years. We started with 50-meter turbines. We're now dealing with structures 4 times that height and taller on land.
Can I come back to the question?
My professional opinion is that there will be an incremental increase in their visibility.
Well, obviously, if I may say so, but can we come back to the question? The question was this matter of landscape acceptability. And of course, I accept that you're not talking about planning acceptability. You've made that quite clear. But one of the features of this proposal is the significantly higher turbines which are now proposed on this ridgeline. And I wonder if a time comes when, as well as being significantly adverse, you, the expert, might say, actually, given all of the impact of the development, this is not acceptable. It's just too much.
I very much agree with you on that assessment, and that is what happens during the design exercise for a development where under normal circumstances the parameters of a site are fully tested. And for example, on this occasion, turbines were pushed back from the Stincher Valley, were adjusted in relation to the Merrick for that very reason. And the fact they're 200 meters makes that a more involved process.
Mm-hmm. That's not quite the question. I understand the design process because it's all laid out in the EIAR, and we don't need to go through it. What I was really asking you was, perhaps I could put it in this naive way. Have you assessed the difference in impact between the height of turbines which we see in this neighborhood, such as, for example, Clauchrie, Juan, and Mark Hill, and the height of turbines now proposed for Clauchrie? That is a significant increase in height. It must therefore have an increase in impact, and that's likely to be a visual impact rather than a landscape one. Is that an important component in your reckoning when you come to a view about acceptability? And if not, why is it not?
It is a factor. It most certainly is a factor in the assessment of significance and therefore acceptability. And notwithstanding these turbines being 200 meters to tip, it is my professional view that the extent of impact that they give rise to is fairly localized for the reasons I set out in chief.
Okay. Well, we'll come back to localized.
And that localized nature of impact is inputted to my assessment of acceptability.
Okay, I understand what you're saying. I won't dwell on this further, but I will deal with it in closing. I wonder if I could ask you now then to move on and turn up Carol Anderson's inquiry report, if you would, which is all right, I can't find it myself. SAC2, I think. And I'd like you to turn there, if you would, to paragraph 4.7. No, I'm sorry. Let's try and do it numerically. 3.4. I beg your pardon. That's on page 5.
Yes, I have that.
Thank you. It begins with the words, the following landscape. You have that?
Yes.
Yeah, thank you. What she says there is the following landscape and visual constraints identified in the study for this landscape character type are most pertinent to this proposal. And then they follow a series of bullet points. Do you agree with Ms. Anderson that these constraints are the most important from the landscape study?
if we take them in turn, because I don't agree with all of them, I would agree that the outer edges of this plateau, which form the skyline to the Dusk and Stincher, cumulative impact, I would agree, is a constraint. It's fair to say that there is a strong sense of remoteness experienced within the forest, but that needs to be countered by the fact that it's a commercial plantation, and clearly dark skies is a constraint we've addressed, I would say. But the Merrick is a constraint as well, and these constraints need to be considered in the context of the fact that the capacity study identifies capacity for turbines of this scale within the area. So these are the factors that weigh against that.
Okay, let's come back to that. So you do, just for the reporter's notes, you do agree with these 4 bullet points, subject to the little qualification that you added.
Yes.
Thank you. Now, the study concludes some limited scope in this LCT for turbines greater than 130 meters in height, which is what we're dealing with, and recommends that siting should be within the simpler basins and lower hills. The setting, she says, of the high rugged Galloway and Carrick Forest hills is a key constraint to siting turbines in the eastern part of this type. Leave aside the question of lighting. Is it right to understand that a proposal of the type now before us is likely to be more intrusive when proposed for the eastern part of the LCT?
Turbines of 200 meters are likely to be more intrusive than turbines of 100 meters. I mean, that's a logical interpolation, but I think we should be quite clear that the capacity study identifies capacity for turbines of this scale within this character type. And indeed, it even explores the use of 200-meter tips in the appendix to the capacity study.
Okay, thank you for that. I would like to explore with you the question of impact on other more sensitive adjoining landscape character types, something that Ms. Anderson covers, but I don't think you do.
I do, with respect, Mr. Campbell, I cover the assessment of the intimate pastoral valley and the rugged uplands in my inquiry report.
All right, well, perhaps I've missed a paragraph. Is she right to say that a key determinant of this application is an assessment of the effect on these more sensitive landscape character types? If you go to 5.4, just to help you, if you go to 5.4 of this inquiry report, I think that's her conclusion on it.
I can't see her saying it's a key determinant, but she identifies the effects on the adjoining LCTs as an important consideration, and I agree with that.
Well, that's fine if you agree with that. Key determinant is my phrase, but you're right, it's not there. Now, in your inquiry report, you spend 60 paragraphs critiquing the landscape capacity study, which is a lot of attention for a study which has been updated and which has been adopted by the planning authority. Why have you focused on detailed criticism of the capacity study?
I don't think I've undertake detailed criticism of it. I think I undertake a review of it and find it substantially supports the proposed development. And it was a major consideration in the design exercise that led to the siting of the turbines.
Well, that's fine for me, thank you. I'll just make a careful note of that answer and leave it there. I'd like to move on to visual effects now, if I may. And again, with Miss Anderson's inquiry report, could I take you to, sorry, I've just forgotten the number. I think it's 7.3. Yeah, chapter 7. That's on page 17. Within chapter 7, 7.3, Miss Anderson neatly summarizes significant adverse visual effects would principally occur on, and then there is a series of subparagraphs, 5 in number with Roman numerals. I wonder if we could just look at these and try to ascertain where the differences are between us. Could you take them one at a time? I don't need you to read them out, but you can see the generality of what's being covered here. Do you agree with her headline, if you like, at paragraph 7.3, that significant adverse visual effects would principally occur on, and then there are 5 subparagraphs?
Yes, item Roman numeral 1, we have, the LVIA has acknowledged there would be significant adverse effects from the summits assessed in the Awful Hand Ridge, including Shalach and Minnoch. Carfessa and Kirioch were not hills that were included in the LVIA. So I'm unclear on what visual basis Ms. Anderson is certain about that. She hasn't produced any visualizations. I accept that the parts of those hills that are within the darkest areas of the ZTV are likely to experience a similar effect to Shalach on Minnoch. She goes on to talk about Merrick and Clauchrie. Of course, they're both not in South Ayrshire. Knockdolian, I don't agree with. And it's interesting that in the statement of agreed matter, we don't identify Knockdolian as a disputed location. I don't consider Knockdolian significant. I don't agree it would be a dominant feature, so I need to be careful to exclude the type of assessment carried out.
That's okay, thank you. I'm keeping a note of what you're saying. I'm really just trying to help.
Sure.
I'm trying to help the reporter by identifying differences where we go, rather than get you to change your mind.
Numeral 2, the bar trails are acknowledged as, well, they're certainly represented through viewpoint 21, 20, which are assessed to have significant effects.
I think 3 is the
I must admit in terms of the location between Rowantree and Pinbreck Hills, it's my understanding from the ZTV that there is not a particularly striking impact in that location. So again, I'm not sure where Ms. Anderson's referring to. Nick of the Balak was specifically avoided in terms of one of the design constraints. So I don't think we're entirely agreed there, apart from viewpoint 20. Kirioch picnic site, I would agree with that. straight into Glen Trool Minor Road. Well, that's in the vicinity of Kirrioch, which is viewpoint 17.
Yep.
Much of that road has intermittent or complete forestry screening. So the section that I would agree with is in the vicinity of viewpoint 17. Upper Stincher, I think we're agreed 7 and 19 both occur Auchensul and on the Minor Road approaching. And we're obviously disagreed on viewpoint 12 that we've talked about.
Yeah, and we're disagreed about the extent to which sensitivity and magnitude are assessed.
Some of the computations are not agreed.
Okay, and 5.
So I don't. For Roman numeral 5, I don't agree that settlement of the area immediately surrounding the settlement of Colmanel, as shown in viewpoint 15, for the reasons I've already stated. So we disagree there.
All right, that's helpful. Thank you.
Yeah, I mean, Miss Anderson adds in a few bits and pieces there of significant adverse effects, but of course we don't have any visualizations and she doesn't provide any. So I'm not really clear on what basis she can be so confident that they are arising.
Well, we'll hear from her in a bit, but it's not for me to speak to her for her. I'm really just trying to tease out for the reporter where we're apart so that he can make his own mind up.
If it helps in summary, I think our position as set out in the statement of agreed matters captures it pretty accurately.
Okay, thank you. That's helpful. I'd like to pick up in your inquiry report, please, a reference which you make. Sorry, if I may just find it. It's 7.857, I think. Reference to Paul's Hill, or Paul's Hill 2. And the inquiry report there. In reality, Mr. Welsh, isn't it correct that there are very few similarities between this site and Paul's Hill 2? Paul's Hill 2 is in a relatively secluded plateau, not a completely new ridgeline scheme. Sure, you've been there.
I'm not sure by that question if you're inferring that this is that Clauchrie is a completely new ridgeline scheme. I don't agree that it is. If that was inferred there, the only similarity between Paul's Hill and this site are points of principle whereby you have a settled valley landscape adjoining an upland landscape, and there is visibility of development on the rim of upland above the valley. And in both cases, the capacity studies were ones produced by Ms. Anderson, both with similar wordings about setting back development from the edge. And I quote that there just to refer to the fact that the reporter found that degree of visibility from the settled valley was acceptable in his view, because it was seen in the context of large-scale uses on the valley edge. Otherwise, I'm not suggesting the two developments themselves have much in common.
Yeah, I must say I'm struggling a bit with that. Having lived there for a month, I think we might have been at a different inquiry. You can't see the Paul's Hill 2 site from the settled valley, can you? Until you get to the public road, which is 2 or 3 miles down from the valley.
Well,
Anyway.
Reporter David Bullier says, despite the size of the proposed machines and their prominence from certain locations within LCT7. I mean, LCT7 is the valley landscape.
Well, we don't know what he meant by certain locations.
He certainly thought they were prominent.
Have you had a chance to study the material for Paul's Hill 2? If you haven't, we'll just
I have, I have, yes, because I undertook Clauchrie.
Yeah, indeed. All right, thank you. Now, do we summarize, or do you summarize? Do I understand correctly that you summarized the visual effects of Clauchrie? Not by saying there are no significant visual effects, but there are no overbearing visual effects which affect any residences while the forestry is in place.
That's correct. In terms of residential visual amenity, I do not consider that any overbearing effects arise in either a forested or deforested scenario.
Did you consider the question of wind blow and the effect on possible visual effect?
Wind blow is such a hypothetical outcome that it's very difficult to predict with any credibility or confidence where or to what extent it might impact. And what the assessment does in the RVAA is consider a situation where the forestry has been entirely removed in its phased, in accordance with its phases. So I think a worst case scenario has been contemplated in that sense.
In other words, removal of the forest.
Very specifically, we did not consider wind throw because of its hypothetical interpretation.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. I'm sorry to be dancing through your paperwork, but I want to take as little time as possible. If you could go to your inquiry report, please, and find paragraph 11.52. This is just a matter of detail.
Have that.
Thank you. You're ahead of me. This is a case in Dover, which has become celebrated because of the articulation of a certain proposition by the inspector. Can you confirm to me that in the result, the inspector did refuse the appeal and reject the proposal?
I am afraid I cannot recall that, and I'm not trying to avoid your question. I can't say with any certainty. It's really I'm happy to take it from you that he refused it. I don't think that's really the point. It was his approach to residential amenity.
Of course, it's just for completeness. Let's talk next about 1167 in the inquiry report, if we may, and that's in relation to the adjacency of this proposal to Mark Hill. You say the proposed turbines would also be experienced in some views in the context of the operational Mark Hill turbines, which are appreciably smaller in size in these views. Which views are you talking about there?
Views from residential property at Shallock-Well.
Is that just one set of views then from Shallock-Well? You say some views in the context, and I'm just wanting to know what you meant by that.
Yes, I mean, it follows on from the previous paragraph discussing Shallock-Well, but I accept I could have been more explicit there.
No, it's not a grammar lesson, Mr. Welsh. I just want to know what you meant by in some views, but you're talking about Shalloch Well, as is clear
Yes.
from the previous. Now, Shalloch Well also has visibility, doesn't it, of Clauchrie and Kilgalliach, as well as
Yes,
Mark.
it does at appreciably greater distance. I think our Clauchrie is about is over 10, but both of them are over 10 kilometers from Shalloch Well.
In considering
I'm-
residential, I'm sorry, go on.
No, it was just to say I issued a response to the assessment of Shalloch Well in SC60, which provides detailed dimensions from Shalloch Well to other wind farms.
So thank you. When you're thinking about residential visual amenity assessment, does cumulative impact come into it?
It does, in that the operational and consented schemes in the baseline are included in the assessment.
Okay, thank you.
They form part of the baseline as such.
At 1167, you say, nonetheless, it cannot be said that the visual.
I don't consider that.
Sorry, let me ask the question, if I may. Nonetheless, it cannot be said that the visual amenity in the baseline views is optimal, given these existing features, but the plantation creates an appropriate scale and context to which the proposed development will relate. With respect, this is slightly padding it out, isn't it? What do you mean by the visual amenity in the baseline views? Are you talking only about Mark Hill or something wider?
I'm talking about Mark Hill. I don't really consider that Clauchrie and Kilgalliach are particularly material to an assessment of residential amenity at these three properties. They may be seen, but they're very distant elements. And I think they're beyond a distance that would be of concern when carrying out an RVAA.
Yeah, I'm sorry to press you, but I just need to understand the expression. It cannot be said that the visual amenity in the baseline views is optimal, given that these existing features. So
I beg your pardon, I'm referring there to Mark Hill.
okay, so these existing features is a reference back to the operational Mark Hill turbines.
And Mark Hill and the commercial plantation and the rotation of commercial plantation, which is particularly evident around Shalloch Well.
Okay, and what happens to Shalloch Well when the commercial plantation is felled in accordance with the proposals, with the timing that is appropriate?
What will happen at Shalloch Well is that the woodland, the forestry on the hill behind the property will be removed, and that will expose to view more of the proposed development on the northern side of the house.
Are you able to locate this in time for me, when these felling proposals may be active?
Yes, I believe it's in the 2029 to 2033 phase. I could go to the forestry felling plan, but I believe it's in what we describe as phase 3.
My information is that it's earlier than that, 2024 to 28.
Phase 2. Well, as I said, we can go to the forestry plan and I can give an accurate answer to that.
We can leave that and do it in closing submissions. It's all right. I was going to ask you when this proposed development is planned to be operational, but having heard the evidence yesterday, I think that might be a difficult question for you to answer. So we'll just leave it. But assuming the transponder activated lighting problem is solved, do you have any idea when your clients propose to construct this development?
Only on the basis of yesterday's discussion, my understanding it would be as soon as that situation is resolved, so 2024. I perhaps ought to defer that to maybe to David Bell in the hearing session, if that would help to get an accurate date.
Well, Anne Mackenzie was very clear yesterday, and we can assess our evidence for ourselves. Thank you. So I wonder if I might just have 2 minutes to switch off my video. I just need to check on something, and would you mind adjourning for just 2 or 3 minutes?
Well, shall we have our mid-morning break now? Would that be appropriate? And then,
I wasn't going to suggest that because it's a little early, but if that suits you, sir, that would be
well,
a good
if
time.
we need a break anyway, then we could do that. And then we've been going for an hour and a quarter. So let's break until 11:25.
Thank you very much.
Welcome back.
Thank you, sir.
Mr. Campbell, have you found the papers you needed to find?
Yes, thank you. I wonder if you could go back, Mr. Welsh, to Carol Anderson's inquiry report. Just a matter of detail I'd like to pick up with you. Page 17, paragraph 7.3.
I have page 17.
Thank you very much. You see that the paragraph begins and then goes over to the next page. It was to do with Roman 1. I picked up your answer as suggesting that Miss Anderson was asserting that there was a visual effect, a visual impact from Noctolian. I think, in fact, if you read the sentence beginning views to the west, she's not actually saying that, is she?
I accept that what she's doing is referring to Noctolian rather than a view from it. I scanned it fairly quickly when you put the question to me and saw Noctolian, but she says it forms a focal point.
Yeah.
So provided she's not suggesting there's a significant impact from Noctolian, I'm happy.
Well, I think that's what it says, and thank you. I rather thought that I'd taken it through you to you. I'd taken you to it rather quickly. The same applies to Roman 2, a reference to the nick of the Balach Road. I think, again, reading it quickly, you might have suggested to the reporter that Miss Anderson was asserting a significant effect from there. But again, she's not saying that, is she? She's just highlighting that that's the access point.
Yes, and this was the point I did have some difficulty with, because if you locate Nick of the Balach on JW2, and I think it's just fair to pick up this point, on JW2, Nick of the Balach is labelled to the northeast of the wind farm site.
Mm-hmm.
And Rowantree Hill and Pinbreck Hill can be seen to either side of it. This is at 1 o'clock from the site.
Mm-hmm.
And Ms. Anderson refers to a significant adverse effect from an informal walking route between the two hills. Now, the ZTV shows there's no visibility between the two hills.
Well, in that case, we're going to clear it up. But if you take it from me for the moment that she's not suggesting a significant visual effect from a point where there is no visibility, clearly that would be nonsense. That wasn't a question, I'm sorry. I'm grateful to you, Mr. Welsh. Thank you for your help. I have no more questions.
Thank you, Mr. Campbell.
Thank you, Mr. Campbell. Now, I don't know if other parties have any questions. Dr. Gordon, do you have any questions for Mr. Welsh?
I have two questions, sir. Bear with me while I try to bring myself back onto video again. Right. Good morning, Mr. Welsh. I hope you can now see and hear me.
Good morning, Dr. Gordon. Yes, loud and clear.
Thank you. If I can, I have just two questions. If first I can take you to CD117, it's the point you picked up right at the start of your evidence in chief. CD117, page 49, the Noctolian viewpoint.
Gordon, I have that.
Yep. I just want to take you, I understand the corrections you've made, and you know, I think a drafting error, we have all been there. Just if I could take you to the last sentence of the box on significance of effect. if I read that as correct, as amended correctly, the visual effect is considered not significant and adverse due to, and I presume the words following due to, which is the remainder of the sentence, refers to why it is adverse. And can you just clarify that why it is not significant relates basically to the magnitude of change being assessed as medium low? Am I correct in that interpretation?
You are correct in both cases. The magnitude of change is the principal driver there in terms of being not significant, but it is perfectly possible to have an adverse, not significant effect, and the reasons provided are for it being adverse.
That's fine. Thank you for that clarification. And my second question, app 1.1 document. Oh, that can't be.
Inquiry report.
Yes, yes. Sorry, I misdirected myself onto the figures to it, which don't matter. App 1.1, para 937. Sorry, the inquiry report, paragraph 937, which is, when I get to it, on page 53. I appreciate it's in a section on wildland, but the question I'm asking is not about wildland, it's about visual. You say you've written the intensively managed apron around the uplands. I take it that's the forestry, intensively managed.
Yes.
Can I ask, put yourself in the position of the if there is such a thing, the typical hill walker who lives in a city or large town? Do you think that looking out from the Merrick or Shallock on Minnock, they would perceive the basin below them, the forested basin below them, as being intensively managed? Is that not a bit of an overstatement?
It is a, I mean, I'm trying to provide my professional opinion here to the reporter, but in trying to interpret what a member of the public might interpret that as, some I accept may interpret it as being a natural feature. Others will understand that it's a blanket commercial crop. So I would accept there would be a range of opinions, but in terms of the assessment I've had to carry out, my professional opinion is it is a massive, extensive area of ground. I mean, Visit Scotland describe it as the biggest forest in Scotland.
Yes, I fully accept that. I'm just questioning whether most people would see a forest, even a commercially managed forest, as being intensively managed. You know, it's not an urban park, it's not an East Anglian field.
I guess it depends where you're looking at it. I mean, areas of it are being subject to felling on a very large scale too, and that heightens a sense of management of the land, I would say. But I accept some people may see that as a natural woodland. I think the more informed members of the public will understand it is a blanket commercial crop that will be rotated.
Yeah, I don't disagree with that. I think we're just going to have to agree to disagree on whether the word intensively is really appropriate. But thank you. That is all my questions.
Thank you, Dr. Gordon. Ms. Spence, do you have any questions for Mr. Welsh?
Yes, I have a couple. During morning, Mr. Welsh.
Morning, Miss Spence.
During Miss Mackenzie's interview yesterday, she spoke of existing turbines such as the Mark Hill ones, being replaced with larger ones as a matter of fact rather than as a possibility. If this is already in the applicant's plans, can you explain why it is not included in the information and plans for this inquiry?
Say, Ms. Spence, that from a planning point of view, the development or the repowering of any site cannot be contemplated until it has entered the planning arena and a scoping exercise has been undertaken. As far as I am aware, there is no current plan in planning, approaching planning for the repowering of Mark Hill. But in future, that we can see in some of the early wind farms around Scotland that repowering proposals are being brought forward, and it is something that is contemplated in the council's capacity study. So it's not a current proposal, I would say, but it is a reasonable expectation that it would be considered as that development comes towards the end of its lifespan.
And how long would you consider that the lifespan of Mark Hill wind farm is?
I'm not certain what planning condition was attached to it, but for a lot of the early developments, it was a period of 25 years. Nowadays, as turbine manufacture gets better, a longer lifespan is being attributed to schemes, and some are seeking 30 or more years in operation. But I suspect Mark Hill is 25 years from when it was commissioned.
I think that is probably correct because they were all 25 years at that point. But what my point is that there is obviously a plan that eventually the smaller wind farms, wind turbines, will be replaced. And as Ms. Mackenzie made it clear, this is something which is just part of general policy. And if it's already the policy of SPR, the applicant, why should we not be considering what they are planning to replace it by, and what say do we have over whether they're allowed to increase the size of that, since so much of this inquiry is being taken up about the relative size and effect against what already exists, as though we're never going to be confronted with the possibility that the Mark Hill ones might be meters, or they might try to get them to 250 meters by then. Who knows? You know, this creates a very artificial situation.
I appreciate that you might find that troubling, but any development or repowering development requires planning permission, and that would require to be subject to an application in due course. And as far as I'm aware, there is no application for that in the system, given that Mark Hill is not yet approaching the end of its 25-year term. So until an application comes forward, there really isn't a remit for you to present your opinion on any proposal for repowering. But it is government policy that sites for wind farms should remain suitable in perpetuity. That's a national policy. So it is reasonable for a site, the owner of a wind farm site, to contemplate its repowering in due course, but it would be subject to commercial and environmental evaluation.
So your estimate of what is acceptable and what is not acceptable, what is barely acceptable, what's going beyond the pale, how does that adjust to the expected imposition of larger turbines?
I am not able to, my assessment does not contemplate a situation that has not yet arisen, and in due course, any proposals to repower Mark Hill or any other wind farms would be subject to a cumulative assessment and obviously subject to planning permission in due course, but I suspect that is some way off. So I have not tried to countenance a hypothetical situation like that.
So basically what you're saying then, if I understand you, is that what you consider acceptable now is something of a movable feast.
It may be in due course.
Sorry, go on.
Sorry. I can only assess what I know now, and I've presented my evidence on that for the inquiry. In future, an assessment of the acceptability of a repowering, whether that's Mark Hill or Hadyard Hill or any other schemes in the area, would be subject to full assessment at that time in the context of what has happened around them.
In other words, the more turbines we are to get used to, the more we get used to in the future, and the bigger they'll become. Is that correct?
That's
How you plan to work it?
No, that's a hypothetical statement, but what we know at present is that wind turbines are getting larger to be more efficient at delivering renewable energy, and that may stay the same. It may change in future.
As part of this, because you can't separate these things, given that the noise situation is already exceeding, it is making people ill, and people like me, and really that is is not in consideration, that then when you get larger turbines, we're supposed to put up with even more noise, more vibration, more low frequency. Is that correct? So you're just piling on what as much as people will take, and then they'll take a bit more, and then they'll still take a bit more. Is that correct?
Ms. Spence, we're clearly not covering noise at this session.
I know, but the two go together. You cannot have bigger turbines without increasing the noise. So everything is connected, and the cumulative effect, you know, I mean, it's all there in the pipeline. We're pussyfooting with small turbines at Mark Hill, when any minute they're going to come along and say, oh, well, we want bigger ones. And this will go on and on and on. And here we're supposed to live here. This is our home. This is our environment where we chose to live. And this really is just ridiculous.
Okay, well, if Mr. Welsh wants to come back on that.
I think only to say
sorry, yes.
that noise is not my area at all, and that and that the assessment that I've carried out can only be based on what we know exists or is proposed at present, and it would be irresponsible of me to try and predict future change, so I don't do that.
So to us, the people who live here, we don't just have a view and then we hear things. We do both. We can't avoid it. So effectively, you're pretending you're deaf when you look at it, and you don't give a monkeys about that, because that isn't your area of expertise. Our area of expertise is living here with what is inflicted upon us.
I'd say, Miss Spence, that you're correct that certainly when Scottish ministers are considering this proposal, and when I'm considering it, I need to think about the noise impacts and the visual impacts. I need to think of them together and the cumulative way that it affects local people. But I'm not sure this witness, Mr. Welsh, can help us on these noise questions. And I'll hear about visual impact today, and I'll hear about the noise impacts later in the inquiry. And then it'll be for me to bring these things together. And certainly it's appropriate for you to say in passing, when you're talking about visual impacts, that of course there'll also be other impacts that we'll be talking about later in the inquiry. But I don't think Mr. Welsh can really help us on the noise aspect.
Yes, I understand what you're saying, but I think that even you cannot be so specialist as to ignore what, in fact, you has to be together. If you're going into an environment, you're a walker or whatever, you see the things and you think, oh, that's what causing all that noise. So the association between what you see and what you feel and hear it's absolutely inseparable. So I'm just making the point that it's very strange that Mr. Welsh doesn't have an opinion about that, or maybe he likes the noise of the things, perhaps, and likes having his whole body shaken to bits by the result of it.
Is there a point, Mr. Welsh, there about whether visual impacts are exacerbated by things that you can feel or aware of through other senses? Does that tend to increase a visual impact if you can see something? I've certainly heard it suggested the other way around, like for motorways, if they're screened, for instance, and you can't see them, you tend to be less aware of the noise. So perhaps it could work the other way around as well.
Yes, I mean the matter of visual perception can include audible factors as well. So how you perceive a landscape can certainly be influenced by other by sounds, by smells. You know, if you're close to an industrial development where there is a strong or a landfill site where you get a strong sense of smell, that can affect your appreciation of a piece of landscape and how you perceive it. But it for the reasons you've said, sir, it's completely out with my area of training to comment on the noise impacts from this development. So I'm afraid you have to hear the evidence separately and put the two together.
Thank you. Ms. Spence, did you have any other questions?
No, I think that's probably all right. There was a discussion between you earlier regarding what is acceptable and so on visually, and I sort of the impression that your view of what is acceptable visually is skewed simply, I mean, talking about the woodland, which is a commercial woodland. I mean, logically, no, you couldn't have a large area of woodland without there being some benefit to it. But it's a long-term benefit, and people expect that when there is a woodland, it has, say, a 25-year lifeline. It protects, in this particular area, there are rare mosses and various other things in and life, you know, wildlife and so on, birds and so on, and it provides an environment for the wildlife and the fauna. So it is, to a lot of people, it's a fairly stable environment to visit for those reasons, and it doesn't matter in the sense that it is, or areas of it, and are being reduced so that not such large areas at a time are being cleared, so that it is more sustainable. And so therefore, what you see as an industrial environment is effectively fairly stable for most people, and looks natural, unlike your turbines, which look very unnatural. I mean, if you had one in an environment, I mean, each turbine is larger than the Eiffel Tower. You only have one Eiffel Tower, one Angel of the North, and so on. And those things can be very acceptable in the environment. Massive turbines en masse, I think, are aesthetically very displeasing. And
I don't know about that, but all I would say to that, Ms. Spence, is that some people, I fully respect your opinion on that. It's not the opinion that everybody considers, and I'm trying to give the benefit of my objective assessment as far as possible to this inquiry on the likely impacts of the development. But I accept that you may have a personal disposition which is completely opposing that.
Well, what I was getting at really is that there was a discussion about varying degrees. Now, mine might be totally polar opposite to you, but most people, I would say, are rather more to my side of things than yours. People like to come to the country because it gives them peace, quiet, relief from traffic, from all these things that are unnatural, and they come so that they can be mentally restored in many ways. And I think that has become far more prevalent since we've had this pandemic. People look to the countryside for peace, quiet, tranquility. We don't get it anymore. Would you agree that that is more of a situation that we want in this area?
I accept your views. I don't entirely agree with you. I think people do go to the countryside for respite and mental health restoration, as you say, but I don't consider that wind farm development is an entirely incompatible form of development in the countryside. but I respect your opposing view to that.
Thank you. I have no more questions.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Spence. I think I have a few. Just bear with me. Yes, Mr. Welsh, if I could take you to paragraph 2.4 of your inquiry report. And there you say a significant effect occurs where the proposed development would provide a defining influence on a landscape element, landscape character receptor or view, such that it would become a key characteristic. Is that a quote or a paraphrase from the LVIA? Or from the G, sorry, well, tell me where it's from.
Yes, that comes directly from our methodology, which has been developed to accord with the GLVIA 3, and it's probably a sentence that you wouldn't find directly in the GLVIA, but I don't believe it contradicts it. So we've had to. It's a summary of what stage is reached in an assessment of sensitivity and magnitude for the effect to be significant, and we consider it becomes a defining influence, and it may be one of a number of defining influences on a landscape receptor or a view. In effect, it becomes a key characteristic of that view or landscape.
Thank you. Now, paragraph 2.5 over the page, you talk about coming on to cumulative landscape and visual effects, and these arising where the addition of proposed wind turbines to a specific baseline leads to wind farms becoming a defining landscape and visual characteristic of a receptor. There's also this concept I've read of there being a wind farm landscape, and there seem to be a range of different types of landscape, from landscapes without wind farms to, well, perhaps you can tell me what the precise terminology is, but landscapes with a few wind farms in, and then ultimately becoming a wind farm landscape, which presumably is a landscape that's where with the wind farm is the defining feature, the most dominant thing you would sense when you visit.
That's correct.
So
correct, sir.
If this concept you're using in paragraph 2.5, how does that relate to that terminology that I've seen elsewhere in Nature's Got guidance and so on?
It is explained in Technical Appendix 6.1, sir, but in effect, it all stems from siting and designing wind farms in the landscape, Nature's Got publication, which describes the gradual intensification of a landscape from one which is free of turbines to one where wind turbines become a characterizing feature, and that's often described as a landscape with wind farms, which through further development leads to an intensification which could be described as a wind farm landscape. And the assessment carried out for this development concludes that alongside Mark Hill, the cumulative pattern would remain one of a landscape with wind farms on the north side of the Dusk, but that to the south of the Dusk, there is I suppose, a gradual transition to a wind farm landscape with the Stranach, Ara Clauchrie, Kilgallia footprint.
Mm-hmm.
So it is described in the LVIA. I could take you there, but that's a summary of it, and that's what I've tried to capture in paragraph 2.5.
Okay, I understand. So in terms of me trying to assess whether a significant cumulative impact arises, is it true in your mind to say that the significant impact would arise when you go over a threshold from there being no wind farms to a landscape with wind farms? Then there might be a significant cumulative impact or significant impact, and then you could add further wind farms. There wouldn't be a cumulative effect until you approach the next threshold into a wind farm landscape, and then the fourth or fifth wind farm might then produce a significant effect, cumulative effect, and then thereafter the sixth and seventh wouldn't again, because you'd have flipped over into a different type of landscape. Is that how it works?
Well, as with the incremental expansion of wind farms in a landscape, the cumulative effect can still arise because it may increase. It may take, for example, the development footprint into another landscape character type. It may spread it across an important part of a view. So just because there is a wind farm landscape in existence, it does not mean that the addition of further development will not lead to a significant effect. It still could do that. But the LVIA distinguishes that this development sitting to the north of the Dusk is at less risk of reaching that threshold or tipping the balance because there is really only Mark Hill in the northern part of this landscape type. So it finds that it doesn't tip that threshold into a position where wind turbines become the defining characteristic of the landscape.
Okay, thank you. Now that the South Ayrshire wind farm capacity study refers to there being scope to accommodate very large turbines over 130 meters in this landscape character type. Here we're faced with turbines of 200 meters, so that's significantly more than 130 meters. So, I mean, you can't, I suppose, put yourself in the minds of the people who wrote the wind farm capacity study, and maybe others can obviously do that better. But in your mind, do you think the authors, when the authors of that study were talking about there being capacity for turbines over 130 meters, do you think they were contemplating turbines of 200 meters? Or is this almost a further capacity beyond that, of huge turbines? Or
it is the case that they did contemplate 200-meter high turbines. There is an appendix to the capacity study which presents viewpoints in different locations around South Ayrshire, in which it tests the repowering of existing wind farms by taking them up incrementally to 200 meters in blade tip height. So it was a height that was contemplated in 2018. I appreciate it is quite a bit more than 130, but it wasn't an unknown at that time, if that's fair to say, and the study had contemplated it.
Okay, thank you. Now, there's a concept that I haven't yet seen, maybe I've missed it, mentioned in the context of this inquiry, but I have seen in relation to previous wind farms I've been involved in and previous letters from Nature Scott, which is thinking more strategically across, say, southwest Scotland, and there has been talk of it being advantageous to have a cluster and gap approach, whereby certain parts of the landscape are kept free of wind farms, and then wind farms are grouped in other areas. I don't know if you've got any comment on whether that's a valid concept at all, or a current concept, and if so, how it would apply in this case.
I think it is a valid concept, and to some extent it's a concept that the capacity study encourages by identifying a character type with capacity for very large turbines. So character type 18C I would say contemplates and gives encouragement to a consolidation of wind farm development within a particular landscape type that it considers has got capacity for that development. The LVIA in its opening sections does describe how the objective of its siting of Clauchrie was to consolidate development in a part of 18C where Mark Hill already has an influence, but not deliberately not to attach to it as a direct extension, so that the individual wind farms retain their own identity. And that's again part of that concept that you've referred to. There is merit in it because you're not introducing development to landscapes that have not previously had accommodated some form of wind farm development, and therefore you are, I suppose it's a form of spatial, you're giving spatial direction to where turbines should be clustered, for the very reason that together they are less likely to have introduced new impacts into the landscape. So I think it's a concept that we have deployed here. It's described in the LVIA, and it's one that I would support.
Yeah, perhaps then talking about this particular landscape character type, the plateau moorland with forestry and wind farms, LCT, and wind farm capacity study mentions there being potential in the simpler basins and low hills lying to the interior of the upland plateau. That's a quote I took from it. So I haven't got the reference in Ms. Anderson's report, but you'll be familiar that she seems to be saying there that that reference only applies to areas south of the Duisc Valley and not to the areas to the north. Is that your perception?
I mean, it's certainly Miss Anderson can clarify that when she comes on, but I don't think she would accept that. It talks about, I'm just trying to find the correct page, but it identifies capacity both to the south of the Duisc, but it says that's largely taken up, and then identifies remaining capacity to the north of the Duisc, but identifies that area has the constraints of the Merrick from lighting and from the Stincher and Duisc valleys. I can try and direct you to that, but I don't think there's a disagreement between us that the capacity study does identify some capacity to the north of the Duisc. So if I could take you to page 193 of the capacity study.
Yes, I'm there.
This section summarizes the sensitivity, and at the fourth paragraph down it says capacity is close to being reached in the part of the landscape lying to the south of the Duisc. Operational and consented wind farms occupy much of the interior of these uplands, and additional development would likely impinge. While some scope may exist for new development to the north of the Duisc, the pronounced sense of remoteness in this densely forested and sparsely settled area would be likely to present a major constraint on turbines, which would need to be illuminated and would thus impact on dark skies. Now, I clearly, for the evidence we've led, believe we've addressed the dark skies and lighting matter, and I disagree with Ms. Anderson that the commercial plantation and lack of settlement are disadvantages in the north. If I could ask you just to have a look at the map that accompanies this a couple of pages earlier on page 190, sir. Might just help to look at a map.
Yes. Yeah.
You can see Mark Hill there identified with a 2. If you were to go at 2 o'clock from Mark Hill up to the red boundary with area 21, that's where the site is located.
Yeah.
In terms of the constraints that this area presents apart from lighting, proximity to the Merrick wildland area is one, and proximity to the Stincher is another. Now, I think if you were to mark, I've marked on my copy, but if you were to mark on your copy where the wind farm is located, you could hardly get more equidistant between the two.
So really you're saying if the wind farm capacity study is pointing to capacity anywhere north of dusk, it's pointing to here.
Yes. Because you need to respect the Merrick, respect the Stincher, and respect the Dusk. So it's, to me, it's going to capacity is going to sit anywhere. It's to the northeast of Mark Hill.
Turning to residential impact, I don't know if you're the best person to ask this, but there's a property marked on the maps called Little Shalloch, which I haven't heard a great deal of mention of. I assume that's not an occupied dwelling. Do you have any information about that?
It's an unoccupied derelict dwelling, so doesn't get considered in the assessment.
Yeah, thank you. You touched I think in your answers to Ms. Spence about sites for wind farms being acceptable in perpetuity, and that should be part of my consideration of this proposal. So when you talk at paragraph 11.68 of your report about the different plans for tree felling in the vicinity of I think of Furta farmhouse in this instance, and I think you say there that there will be some felling near Furta that will reveal turbines within 1.47 kilometers, but there are other turbines within 1.19 kilometers, but the felling plans indicate that those trees will remain in place for the lifetime of the turbines. I may be considering a limited lifespan for the turbines here, but I'm also considering the suitability of the land in perpetuity for a wind farm. So I don't know if you'd like to comment on that and on the potential impact on Furta of a wind farm in this location when that forestry to the north is felled.
Yes, sir. The closest turbine to Furta is 1.19 kilometers, and as you suggested there, that is located to the northeast of the house. I would say that the property is orientated away from the north. That's not to say there may be some views from the garden ground, but the property is orientated principally to the south, and therefore the closest turbine I would say is not the one of most concern, but at some point it will be possible to see that through the matrix of felled and replanted forestry. The turbine that is perhaps the more prominent one in terms of approaching the property and its principal rooms is the one to the northwest, which is the 1.47 kilometers. Now, with the principal magnitude when we're talking about residential amenity is derived, I would say, from the tip height of the turbine and its proximity to the property, as that gives you the, I suppose, the relative angle of sight to the tip of the turbine. In this case, it makes little difference whether the forestry is there or not if you are assessing how dominant or overbearing that turbine may be, because that doesn't change with or without the forestry. What will happen is that you'll get a more open view of it, but any overbearance comes from the heightened position, and that will not obviously change. So over time, I have accepted that the amenity around Furta will change as forestry is felled, replanted. Not all the forestry in the line of sight to the turbines will go at the same time. The little inset map in the RVAA shows that there are layers upon layer of forestry climbing up the hill towards the wind farm. So it won't be a blanket clear fell, but it will be an incremental management of the forestry around it. But that will not affect whether or not the development becomes overbearing, in my view. And I consider we have sufficient separation distance from the turbines for that not to be have a risk of arising in this location. And having regard to the Landscape Institute's guidance, the principal outlook from the property is to the south. There are rooms on the west side, but the principal outlook is to the south, and the wind farm will not impinge on those views. I do, sir, take particular issue with the suggestion in the written submission that you should have regard to 5 or 6 kilometres of access track. And if I may just quickly touch on that while we're on this matter, that goes completely against the guidance. It is entirely relevant to consider a private drive into the property, and to provide you with some evidence to my assessment, you could take a look at CD 710. Which on page 17 provides a very clear definition of what it means by domestic curtilage.
Sorry, I'm not there yet.
Beg your pardon.
I beg your pardon, did you say 17, James?
Beg your pardon, 7.10 on page 17.
Thank you.
Yes, I'm there now.
It provides at the top of page 17. It provides a definition of domestic curtilage, which is the area that should be assessed, and it says you should include gardens and access drives or roads immediately surrounding a property, including patios, terraces, courtyards, forecourts. But it goes on to say the domestic curtilage does not extend to surrounding paddocks and other peripheral land outbuildings within the property ownership, or to public or private approach roads. And I think that's a very important definition when it comes to assessing all of these properties. I appreciate they have a long forest access tracks serving them, but I do not believe that is a residential amenity matter, sir. And the fact that Mr. Steele referred to a planning precedence, I would just ask you to understand that decision was made before this guidance came out in terms of date. So it's very clear, it's very current guidance, and that is what we reflected in the assessment.
Thank you, that's helpful. I've only got one other question, I think, which relates to viewpoints 1 and 2. If you just want to have a look at those.
I have one open.
Yes, I was just interested. I think 1 probably illustrates my question better than 2 as well. This is a viewpoint where we have Mark Hill in the foreground and potentially the Clauchrie turbines in the background. Well, perhaps I wouldn't say Mark Hill was in the foreground, but Mark Hill are in front of the Clauchrie turbines. And the Mark Hill turbines appear smaller, even though they're closer to the viewer. Do you have any comment on how well that works aesthetically in the landscape?
I think this point underpins the importance of retaining the separate identity of the wind farms. It is true that the proposed development will appear to be a larger scale of turbine compared to Mark Hill, and I think because of the separation between the two, it will be perceived as a separate, larger development lying beyond it. It's not unusual in a landscape where you have a lot of wind farms of different ages. I mean, if you pan through the cumulative wire lines for that viewpoint, sir, it's clearly a very large array of turbines of different sizes can be seen, but the appearance of Mark Hill in the foreground will serve to indicate that Clauchrie is a larger scale of turbine.
Good. Thank you, Mr. Welsh. I've got no further questions. If I can.
Sir, sorry to interrupt you, but did you want me to comment
on
on those nighttime?
That's right. I don't think I do. I've had a look at JW6 now, and I think that's given me all the answers that I need. But it was helpful to be directed to that. So
thank you.
No, that's fine. So if I come back to Mr. Thompson then for any re-examination.
Thank you, sir. I have no questions in re-examination, but there is one matter that I'd like to raise. Most of Ms. Spencer's questions were predicated on the assumption that Ms. Mackenzie had stated yesterday that it was the intention of the applicant to repower Mark Hill with larger turbines, probably in the region of 200 meters. I don't recall her saying that. We've checked our notes and we don't have a note of her having said that. It may well be that Ms. Spence drew that inference from what she did say, which was of a more general nature. And I would simply invite you, sir, to check your notes and, if necessary, the recording to see what she actually said. I didn't want to interrupt Ms. Spence at the time, but it was simply to flag up that warning. So,
thank you. Yes, that is the advantage of how we work today, that we've got the recording to go back to, so I can have a look at that. Yeah, but I think Mr. Welsh did also mention the potential for repowering generally across Scotland that exists.
Indeed.
Right, well, if you have no further questions, Mr. Thompson, I think it's probably not worth starting with Ms. Anderson now. Shall we? I think we'll take lunch now and come back at, let's say, 1:20, and we'll hear from Ms. Anderson at 1:20. Yes.
I have no intention of taking any further active part in proceedings this afternoon, so I shall bow out of this, out of the room, as it were, and simply watch on the webcast.
Okay, that's understood, Mr. Gordon. Thank you, Dr. Gordon.
Thank you.
Right, I'll see the rest of you then at 1:20.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Smile, Carol, smile. It's meant to be fun, you know.
I can think of more other things that are more fun to do.
Yeah. 20.
Right, well, let's start the fun now then. Mr. Campbell, do you want to lead your witness, please?
Thank you, sir. Good afternoon. Can I introduce the council's first witness for this public inquiry, Ms. Carol Anderson, from whom we've heard already. So you should have in your papers an inquiry report by her on behalf of the council and a precognition by her, also on behalf of the council. Given the possible constraints of time, sir, I would suggest that the sections on landscape impact and landscape effect and visual effect are taken as read, although there are one or two things I'd like to go back to. And could I ask you, Ms. Anderson, if you would be good enough to just please read the conclusions of your precognition?
Conclusions. South Ayrshire Council acknowledged the need to accommodate wind energy development appropriately in line with government policy and did not object to any of the operational and consented wind farms located in the plateau moorland with forestry and wind farms LCT, landscape character type. The majority of operational and consented wind farm developments in South Ayrshire are located in the interior parts of less sensitive, simple and expansive upland landscapes, and thus minimise effects on adjoining more sensitive landscapes. While this proposal is also largely located in a similarly less sensitive upland landscape, it is clearly different to operational and consented wind farms because of its proximity to and effects on the nearby more sensitive landscapes of the Stincher Valley and the High Carrick Hills, including the northern part of the Awful Hand Hill Range, which lies in the Merrick Wildland area. I dispute the assertion made by Mr. Welsh in paragraph 11.9 of his inquiry report that the effects of the proposal can reasonably be described as localised for a commercial wind farm of the scale and size proposed and are no means unexpected. I consider that an effect on landscape character extending some 9.5 kilometres from a wind farm development should not be considered localised. While significant adverse landscape and visual effects are associated with the majority of wind farm developments, the extent of area affected and also the nature of effects on high sensitivity landscape and visual receptors contribute to the severity of the effects of this proposal. South Ayrshire Council, Nature Scot, Mountaineering Scotland and the Galloway and Southern Ayrshire Biosphere have raised objections to this proposal. Each of these bodies has carefully considered the effects of the proposal and judged them to be inappropriate. It is my opinion that Mr. Welsh's views on the localised nature of effects and, presumably relating to this, the acceptability of those effects are ill-founded. This proposal is not the right development in the right place. The combination of landscape designations and other formally valued landscapes validate the importance of the Stincher Valley and the High Carrick Hills oblique Awful Hand Ridge. The hills are particularly well used by walkers and cyclists, with many people seeking respite from more urbanised areas. The character and perceptual qualities associated with these less modified upland landscapes, and also the secluded and seemingly hidden upper Stincher Valley, are important to conserve, given the increasing influence of wind farm development in the surrounding upland areas of South Ayrshire, Dumfries and Galloway and East Ayrshire.
Ms. Anderson, thank you very much. I wonder, before we look at any detail, if you could please tell the inquiry something about the South Ayrshire landscape wind capacity study. I think, are you the sole author of that document?
I'm not the sole author. I was co-author I undertook co-authorship of the 2013 study and the 2018 study which replaced it.
Yeah, and could you tell us briefly what process is followed in undertaking a study of that length? The document itself is quite lengthy and it betrays quite a lot of investigative work, but just tell me, if you can, how you go about it.
It's principally based on landscape character classification and on the published, as they were, SNH character classification, landscape character classification, which defines distinct areas of landscape character across the Ayrshires. I should clarify that it wasn't just South Ayrshire. I undertook the capacity study for both East Ayrshire and North Ayrshire as well, and it was done as a joint sort of study, but with separate documents done for each authority. So at the basis of the assessment is the landscape character classification, and it involved extensive field work and field assessment looking at each of the landscape character types within South Ayrshire and in adjoining authorities where relevant, and considered their sensitivity to broad categories of wind farm or wind turbine type, principally defined by height. That's the principles of the study. It also considered cumulative effects, and that was one of the principal reasons for updating the study between 2013 and 2018.
Thank you, that's helpful. The guidelines for landscape and visual impact assessment, now in their 3rd edition, issued by the Landscape Institute, focus in on the assessment of landscape and visual effects and impacts from development. Is there anywhere published a set of guidelines or a form of guidance which helps you as an experienced assessor with the job of looking at landscape capacity? Or indeed, are the two things the same?
No, they are different. There are some early documents providing guidance on landscape capacity assessment, and they have recently been updated by Natural England. They have produced guidance on undertaking what they now call landscape sensitivity assessment studies. The capacity title has been dropped in favour of saying landscape sensitivity assessment. And NatureScot are currently in the process of developing their own guidance on undertaking landscape sensitivity studies. And I am testing this draft guidance for them in joint study with the Highland Council to test it and evaluate it. That's a sort of recent commission that I'm involved with.
Okay, thank you. Now, could I move then to your inquiry report, please, and just ask you one or two things about that? I didn't detect from Mr. Welsh's evidence that he thought that the differences between you were of the nature of a chasm, that the differences were quite narrow. Is that a fair summary?
I think that is fair. I think we are pretty compatible. I do think that the LVIA is thorough and it is sound in many respects, and the differences are narrow with regard to the significance of landscape and visual effects. And I think Mr. Welsh's evidence in chief, where he ran through some of the key differences, was accurate, and it is a matter of professional judgment, perhaps I would say, in terms of some of the assessments or the differences in the assessment with regard to sensitivity of receptors and magnitude of change. So I would agree with that. I mean, Annex C to my inquiry report, which I just draw the reporter's attention to, that identifies where and why there are differences between us. And I would say that they are relatively small in number.
I don't think we heard Mr. Welsh differing from that really and criticising Annex C as an accurate summary or an inaccurate summary of where the differences lie. Sorry,
No, I didn't gather that, no.
Sorry, it was a bad question. It had two negatives in it. I'm sorry. I don't think you and Mr. Welsh are apart on the validity and accuracy of Annex C.
I don't think so, no.
So what we come down to then are differences in sensitivity and magnitude of change, and our assessment of those when we look at the wind farm from, for example, the representative viewpoints.
I think that's correct, yes. I think we are broadly compatible in terms of the effects on designated landscapes, local landscape designations, that is, the South Ayrshire Scenic Area, and effects on landscape character. It is down to some individual viewpoints, and I think Mr. Welsh identified those correctly.
Okay. Now, I'd like you to pick up Mr. Welsh's inquiry precognition, please. Inquiry precognition, yes. And go to paragraph 4.1, if you would. You have that?
Yes, I do.
Now he's talking here about the Upper Stincher Valley. Keeping that open, would you please find viewpoints 7, 12, 18, and 19, which for the reporter's notes. Sorry, sir, I hope you got a note from me about these document numbers.
I did, yes. I've got my volume of visualizations next to me. So.
Oh, good. Well, 1.4.7 is where I'd like to start. Please. Now, rather than me leading on this, I'd like to ask you what we're looking at here, please, and why it's important.
This is viewpoint 7, which is taken from Ockenspool Hill in the Stincher Valley, the Upper Stincher Valley.
Sorry, forgive me interrupting you. Which of the pages would you like us to be looking at?
I think yes, I think the order is not quite right. I would prefer to start off with viewpoint 18, please.
All right, 4.18.
.4.18.
You have that, sir?
Yes, I do.
Thank you. Please tell us what we're looking at there, Miss Anderson, and why it's important.
What I should explain just before I talk about specific viewpoints is that I wholly agree with Mr. Welsh that viewpoints within an LVIA are representative and that they have been selected in agreement with consultees, including South Ayrshire Council. That is correct. And they're generally identified on the basis of the types and numbers of receptors, the type of the viewpoint or the activity that the receptors engaged in, or the importance of the view. However, I think in accepting that they are representative and there are a good number of representative viewpoints within this part of the Stincher Valley, it should also be recognised that there may be visibility from other areas surrounding the viewpoint. And this is the case in the part of the Stincher Valley to the southwest of Bar Village. And I'm using viewpoint 18 to demonstrate this. So in terms of this view, if we look at the photo montage in viewpoint 18, this view is taken from the minor road, the B734, that runs through the valley, or that part of the valley.
That's figure, forgive me, that's figure 6.44.
D, yes, 6.44D.
Thank you, 6.44D.
So I'm in agreement with Open's LVIA findings that effects from this viewpoint, from the road, would not be significant. And this is due to the partial screening by landform and vegetation, which you can see some of the trees are screening. You don't see, you see principally 3 turbines and then another tip to the left. Mm-hmm. It's to do with the screening, but it's also because the focus of the viewer from that road tends to be towards the floor of the Stincher Valley and then up onto the northern sides, rather than southwards towards the development. However, in relation to this view, sorry, that there is agreement between Mr. Welsh and myself on significance in relation to this particular viewpoint. But if I could draw the reporter's attention to the map that accompanies the ZTV map that accompanies this viewpoint, and that is figure 6.44A.
Yeah.
And you've got the ZTV on the right-hand side, which is very helpfully blown up, so you've got the detail of that. What I would say is within fairly close proximity to this viewpoint, you can see on the other side of the Stincher on the northern slopes, just as the ground starts to rise from the valley floor, that between 7 and 15 turbines could theoretically be visible on those rising northern slopes in the area of Kirkland. Yeah. Now, I have been and walked in that area. There are some pretty informal sort of tracks that are used by dog walkers, etc. And there's a few properties as well, sort of farms. And while I accept that there's likely to be relatively few receptors affected by views from these lower slopes, I do think that the wind farm would be visible, and I accept Mr. Welsh's point that I haven't produced, or South Ayrshire Council haven't produced additional visualisations, but I think we have to remember here that, you know, this is a local authority. It's very expensive to produce visualisations. We also had the COVID restrictions, so I don't think it is reasonable to expect us to have produced visualisations over and above what's already in the EIA. What I would say is that I am used to reviewing a great number of wind farm developments, and usually I will extrapolate using the visual information that's in the EIA. So that will be the ZTV and the closest visualization, and then gauge that when I'm doing my field work in relation to features in the landscape. So I am pretty certain that there will be visibility in that area. And
just for the avoidance of doubt, for any layman looking at this, you're talking about the blue belt, are you, lying to the
yes,
northwest of the Stincher, topped by purple patches.
yes, and the green and yellow, which extends from the valley floor.
From
I
the
think
valley.
my point here is that yes, the viewpoints are representative, but Mr. Welsh, in his recognition, notes that the Upper Stincher Valley will be largely unaffected by visibility of the proposed development, except at elevation. Now, I don't count that as being great elevation in that area. I think it's just as the slopes rise up from the floodplain. But I think there would be visibility, and admittedly, you will get greater extent of views, greater extent of the turbines, the vertical extent, and potentially horizontal as well as you go higher. But there will be visibility from those northern lower slopes.
Okay, thank you. Now that's viewpoint 18. Can we close that one now?
Yes.
And you've also mentioned viewpoint 19, have you?
Yes, viewpoints 12 and 19 we could take together if the reporter has those out. And I think we can go to viewpoint 12, we'll go to the photo montage, which is figure 6.38D.
Yeah. Which we saw this morning, I think.
Right. That's right. And then we can go to viewpoint 19, and that would be the photo montage in figure 6.45F.
F for Freddy. Okay.
Mm-hmm. Now, it's worth saying, just to start with, that I do agree with Mr. Welsh that effects would be significant from viewpoint 19, but I disagree in terms of viewpoint 12. I think there is a significant effect from viewpoint 12, and that differs to the LVIA.
Now that photograph is at 9.6. I can't read it from the distance. 9.6 kilometers, I think, to the nearest turbine.
Mm-hmm.
And we're seeing parts of parts of 6 turbines.
Yes, I think the principal point I'd like to make about these two views, because really I'm developing on the theme of effects on the Upper Stincher Valley. In these two elevated views from the upper northern slopes of the Stincher Valley, the proposal, but no other wind farms are visible in views to the south. So views from the B734 descending into the Stincher, that's shown in viewpoint 19, reveal the smaller scale features of the valley, including buildings, enclosed fields and small mixed woodlands. And in that particular view, I consider the turbines would dominate the scale of the valley in views from this area. And similar views are possible from the route up to Auchensul Hill, which leads from that road, or that's one of the ways up. So I think it's just to say that with this proposal, it's introducing a new view of a wind farm. Yes, the Hyde Hill wind farm is behind you to the south, but in terms of the view over the Stincher Valley to the hills, and particularly in viewpoint 12, you can see the shapely form of the hills that lie fairly close to the wind farm, just immediately to the south. But there are no other wind farms visible in these views. And then I'd finally like to go to viewpoint 7.
That's 1.4.7.
And I would suggest that we look at figure 6.33C, which is the wireline.
Yes.
And I've selected that because it emphasizes the presence of existing wind farms in that view. They are quite faint when you see them on the photograph, though you can just see them, but I just, you can see them in the photograph above, but I just thought it was useful to go to that because they're highlighted a bit more. So in this particular view, you are seeing other wind farms in the view towards the wind farm, and you do have the Hadyard Hill wind farm behind you. But this proposal in that view is going to present a significant change because of the much larger and much closer turbines to the Stincher Valley. So I think drawing on my conclusions from looking at the Stincher Valley, the upper Stincher Valley and the effects on it, I've undertaken detailed field work to gauge the effects of the proposal. And my conclusions are that it's not correct to say that the upper Stincher Valley would be largely unaffected, as Mr. Welsh does in paragraph 4.1 of his precognition, as visibility would be likely to be more widespread than is suggested. It's not just confined to the upper slopes, upper sides of the valley. Mr. Welsh also says in his precognition that when seen at elevation in the Stincher Valley, this proposal reflects the established pattern of wind farms in the uplands. However, there is no visibility of other wind farms when looking towards the proposal in viewpoints 12 and 19, as we've seen. And where there is visibility of other wind farms, for example, in viewpoint 7 from Ochensall Hill, the turbines of this proposal are significantly larger and closer to the Stincher Valley. So while the proposal is located in an upland area, and therefore it could be described as reflecting the association of wind farms with upland areas in general, as expressed by Mr. Welsh, this doesn't really take into account the differences in the size of turbines and their close location to more sensitive landscapes, including the Stincher Valley. And I would finally say that a key aim of South Ayrshire Council, as expressed in the capacity study, but also the local development plan and the supplementary guidance on wind energy from 2015, key aims have been to limit the influence of wind farm development on the most valued and sensitive landscapes within South Ayrshire. And it's my opinion that this proposal conflicts with those aims.
And that's whilst at the same time acknowledging the Scottish Government's drive for wind energy where it can be appropriately located.
Yes, of course. Right development in the right place, as stated in SPP.
But that has not been an incidental matter in South Ayrshire, has it? The wind farms are amongst the biggest in Scotland.
They are amongst the biggest, yes, that's fair to say, though it's also fair to say that where they are the largest, for example, Kilgallion, they do extend into neighbouring Dumfries and Galloway.
Okay, now could we go to, sorry, bear with me, please. I'll come back to that. I think. I'm sorry, just 1 second. Report 18. Might I take you, Miss Anderson, please, to SAC 2, which is your inquiry report, paragraph 7.3.
I have that.
You heard the detail of my discussion with Mr. Welsh on this paragraph. I don't want to put all that to you again, but I wonder if we could look at point number 1 first of all. Are you saying that the Merrick and Clauchrie Hill are visually impacted? You say they are a focus. I'm just not sure quite what that means in this context.
In point 1, the significant effects are from views from the western slopes and ridge of the Awful Hand Hill Range.
Yeah.
I mention the Merrick, of course, falls on that ridge, and that there would be significant adverse effects from the Merrick, although that doesn't lie in South Ayrshire. So I haven't commented on that in detail, apart from in the context of wildland, the wildland area, which was in the previous session. I mentioned the Merrick and Clauchrie in that passage just to provide context on the views from the Awful Hand Ridge. And it's the same thing with Knockdurling, which I think Mr. Welsh did acknowledge. He didn't get much time to read that, and I sympathise with that. So I'm not saying there's significant effect from Knockdurling or from Clauchrie, but though of course there is a significant effect from the Merrick, because that does lie on the Awful Hand Ridge. If you don't take it.
Okay. Looking at point number 2, Roman 2, which is on page 18. Views from the promoted bar trails and an informal walking route between Roundtree and Pinbreck Hills, which is accessed from the nick of the Balloch Road. Is there more than one Pinbreck Hill?
Yes, I'm afraid there is, and I only realised that after Mr. Welsh mentioned that there wouldn't be any visibility. Now, I wasn't sure if he meant visibility from the nick of the Balloch Road, which is absolutely correct. There isn't visibility of the proposal from the nick of the Balloch Road. I don't know if the reporter knows that road, but it's quite well known road that goes through a nick, a sort of very deep cleft. It's quite dramatic. I think if we could possibly go to APP 1.1 and JW7, that would give a clearer idea, perhaps, of what I was meaning in that paragraph.
Would you give me that reference again?
APP 1.1, that's Mr. Welsh's inquiry report, but the figures that go along with that, and it's JW7.
Okay, so that's in the 3rd part of that appendix. Yeah.
Mr. Welsh, sorry,
this is JW7.
JW7.
3 pages.
Sorry.
Oh, I need to know which page you're on. There are 3 pages.
It's the first in that document. If you go up to it electronically, it's the ZTV, which shows the screening effect of woodland, which is very useful.
Okay. What do you want us to take from this?
Well, just I think this is quite good, because if you're looking at the reporter I see has a paper copy, that's fine. I've just blown it up on my screen. But if you look at the Nick of the Balloch Road, so you'll I don't know if you can spot that.
Yes, I see it. It's
Yes.
to the left of where it says Carrick Forest.
Okay, so there's a pinbrick hill to the north of that road.
Yeah.
But there's also a pinbrick hill to the southwest, and that was the hill that I was meaning, because the circular walk that you can do, you climb up the steep slopes from the Nick of the Balloch. It's not a promoted walk, but it is well known by locals, because when well, I'll explain how I know in a while. But you walk up from the Nick of the Balloch, and there's a circular route that goes just above from Rowan Tree Hill right the way round to Pinbrack. Gets quite rough in places, but it is, there is a clear path, and people do this route. So it's very close to the wind farm, and you can see that there is visibility on Pinbrack Hill and also on Rowan Tree Hill.
All right, if that's clear then. One question about methodology, which arises from a possible ambiguity in Mr. Welsh's recognition. In Annex B of your inquiry report, you outline methodology, the methodology that you've used. Is that your own, as it were, concoction from various sources, or is it drawn directly from a particular source?
Yes, I think I wouldn't blame Mr. Welsh for being slightly confused by that. I think I should have referenced it in the main body of the text and made it clear that it was my own methodology. So that's in Annex B. So it's mine, and it has been used in the comparative assessment that I've produced in Annex C of my inquiry report. So this is in relation to a comment Mr. Welsh made in paragraph 4.2 of his recognition.
Thank you. And you anticipated my next question, which was, have you used this in Annex C? But that's obviously a yes. Well, Ms. Anderson, I have no more questions for you just now, so thank you so much. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Campbell. Then we'll go across to Mr. Thompson, please. Any questions from you?
So, good afternoon, Ms. Anderson.
Hello, Mr. Thompson.
Nice to see you again. Just thinking about the viewpoints, perhaps first of all, you said, I think, that you accepted Mr. Welsh's analysis of the three particular viewpoints that he referred to in his evidence in chief, which is at 9, 12, and 15. I think you accepted his analysis of the differences between you on those matters. And would you be content, as I think he is, to leave those differences to the reporter and ultimately the Scottish ministers to resolve on the basis of a difference of expert opinion?
Yes, of course, yes.
And then in your evidence just now, you looked at viewpoint 18, which on the face of it, there is no difference at the moment between you and the applicant. That's the applicant as set out in the EIA report. And neither of you consider the significance of there to be any significance. But as I understand it, your position now is that if you stood somewhere else in the vicinity, there would be a significant effect. Is that what you're saying?
No, I didn't say that. I accept that from that particular viewpoint, there would not be a significant effect. But I said that there would be visibility from lower on the slopes than was indicated by Mr. Welsh. I didn't put forward any view on significance, but I just wanted to clarify that the visibility is not of the proposal is not confined to the upper slopes within the Upper Stincher Valley. I would need to have visualizations to confirm the degree of significance. So I'm not saying that, I'm just talking about the extent of visibility.
And presumably you and or the council were free to ask the applicant to produce any additional viewpoints that they wished to have prepared. In other words, the council didn't have to do it themselves.
Well, that normally would be correct. And we have done that, and I've done that through other local authorities. But you have to remember that with this particular application, it was submitted, I think it was January, February last year, and then we ended up in lockdown. So it was not possible to go out and do some detailed field work until fairly late on. And by that time, we were in train with the appeal, and it didn't seem to be appropriate to ask for them at that late stage. So I think the circumstances were against us in this situation.
Well, first of all, this is an application, not an appeal. And secondly, as I recall, field work would have been possible by certainly the end of July last year. And the inquiry has only just started this week. So if it had been a matter of concern to the council, there would have been ample time between the end of July and the next lockdown in October and November. I think it was, you know, to carry out the work if required by the council.
Well, I mean, that's a fair point. We didn't actually undertake detailed field work until later in that year because of other commitments with other inquiries, because there was a build up in inquiries. But I think it was more restrictive than you are implying, really, in terms of getting out to do field work at that period.
Well, one can look at the historical records of when the lockdown dates were. But what I'd like to put to you is that it may be slightly unfair for you to make a criticism, as you have done today, in respect of the views around viewpoint 18, when you didn't request the work to be done earlier by the applicant. This is a matter of fairness.
Sorry, Mr. Thompson, I don't accept that. In my evidence in chief, I was clearly responding to Mr. Welsh's, what he said in his precognition about the extent of visibility within the Upper Stincher Valley. The LVIA clearly accepts that there would be significant effects on part of the Stincher Valley within the upper reaches, and I agree with that. And I do largely agree in terms of the representative viewpoints, in terms of the significance of fact. So I was a bit surprised to read paragraph 4.2 of Mr. Welsh's 4.1 of Mr. Welsh's precognition, which seemed to be sort of downplaying the effects on the Stincher Valley, the Upper Stincher Valley, by saying that it's largely unaffected. Now, I don't believe that is the case. So my evidence in chief was rebutting that by drawing attention to where there would be likely to be visibility within that part of the Stincher Valley. I don't think there was any need to do viewpoints or particular visualizations, and I have been quite clear in saying that I accept that the viewpoints are representative. That's all in terms of best practice and guidance, etc. And South Ayrshire Council, I acknowledge, did have a view on the selection of those viewpoints. My point about the visualizations really relates to Mr. Welsh, who said that I hadn't produced any visualizations, and I do feel that it is not reasonable to expect the local authority to produce visualizations. I mean, they have done in the past, but you know, that we are under budgetary constraints, and I don't think it is reasonable to ask them to do it. But I haven't stated that we needed visualizations. It was principally to demonstrate a point about the extent of visibility on lower slopes in the Upper Stinshire Valley.
Very well. And just for the record, would you accept that the application was submitted to the consents unit on the 18th of December 2019?
Right, I wouldn't have seen it on the 18th of December. I think I was commissioned to look at it in February.
And
Sorry,
then you
the following
produced your report in May last year.
Yes.
Which
yes.
I think is APP 7 points. It's APP something 0.6.
Do you want to do we need to go to that? Do we need to go to that?
No, APP
Okay.
1.6. Just
Okay.
for the reporter's notes.
Okay. Okay.
It was just to get the time frame sorted out.
Mm-hmm.
Now, I don't need to go to it, but just thinking back to the report that you did, which was APP 1.6, it started off with a consideration by you of the policy background, and your starting point was the capacity study from 2018. So I wonder if we could have a look at that, please. And I take it you did that because you accepted that it was an important policy document from the council's point of view.
Yes. Yes.
And I think that it starts at page 189 at chapter 21.
Sorry, Mr.
If
Thompson,
that's right.
are we going to the specific landscape character type that the development is in?
I was hoping to go to 18C.
Yes, okay,
for
that's
the record,
fine.
it's CD 7.16, so.
Yes, that's fine. I've got a printout of that.
Great. And I'm afraid I'm not aware of the electronic numbering. I'm using a paper copy, so I'll try and stick to the paragraph numbers. In order, looking at chapter 21, we see the character type 18C and the description, then an introduction, and then a map showing where the 18C area is. And then after that, we find a more detailed character type analysis extending to 3 pages. And then at paragraph 21.2, there's a summary of sensitivity, which includes constraints and opportunities. And then at 21.3, guidance for development. And I take it that's the same pattern that applies to each of the areas.
Yes, it does.
Yes,
it does. The only difference is that, sorry, there's a bit of echo on the.
Oh, sorry.
Right, okay. The only difference is that under the guidance for development for some landscape character types, consideration of repowering was addressed. So that's obviously landscape character types that have existing wind farms. So it's you know, that is addressed in some landscape character types, but not in others where there are no wind farms.
Towering bit is at the back, which is one of the parts that Mr. Welsh referred to, where he found a reference to an acknowledgement of 200-meter turbines
Yes.
being possible in the repowering
Yes.
context.
Yes.
And just looking at the map to start with, please. We see at number 3 the existing Clauchrie wind farm, and at number 2 the existing Mark Hill. And Clauchrie is number 11, which is a consented but not yet developed.
That's correct. That's correct.
Yeah. And then there's a little bit of Kilgallia at number 4, is that correct? That comes into this area. And first of all, there's a pretty clear dividing line across this area of the Dusk Valley. Is that correct?
Yes. Yes.
So the search area, if one's thinking about looking for a wind turbine site, would be either north or south of the Dusk Valley.
Yes. Yes. In general. In general.
And if we look to see what the advice is, or what the analysis is in the summary of sensitivity, just below, halfway down that page, there's a paragraph beginning "capacity is close to being reached." And then just below, halfway through that paragraph, there's a sentence beginning, "While some scope may exist for new development to the north of the Dusk Valley, the pronounced sense of remoteness experienced in this densely forested and sparsely settled area would be likely to present a major constraint for development, and particularly for turbines more than 150 meters high, which would need to be illuminated and would thus impact on dark skies." Now, that summary of sensitivity, I assume, was based on the analysis in the tables in the preceding 3 pages. Is that correct?
Yes.
Looking at 4 important considerations, that is scale, landform, landscape pattern, and built environment. The sensitivity is is medium to low sensitivity or higher than 130 meters. And going on to landform, medium-low sensitivity, landscape pattern, medium-low sensitivity, built environment, medium-low sensitivity. You agree that those are all important considerations and important beneficial sensitivity ratings if one's looking for a site for turbines of more than 130 meters?
Yes, that's correct. But so too is the landscape context, which you will see in that table has been rated at high to medium. And for that particular height, turbine over 130 meters. And the landscape context category or the sensitivity relates to effects on adjoining landscapes. So that's also an important sensitivity.
So far, I've been looking at some of the obvious pros, as it were, rather than the cons.
Yes. Yes.
But those are 4 significant pros.
On landform and
suggesting-
scale. Yes.
On
Yes.
those-
And I think in my inquiry, I do acknowledge that if you're considering landscape character type 18C, it's one of the least sensitive landscapes on its own taking into account its scale, its simplicity of landform and land cover in South Ayrshire. Also in Dumfries and Galloway, I should add, because this particular landscape character type extends into Dumfries and Galloway.
Would I be right in thinking from those sentences that I read out a moment ago from the sensitivity summary in paragraph 21.2, that if there is capacity within 18C for turbines greater than 130 meters, it's likely to lie north of the Dusk Valley?
Well, the conclusions in the study are that there is limited scope for development in this landscape character type, all of the landscape character type. So it's not saying that there are no constraints to development to the north of the Dusk. There are
I wasn't
constraints.
suggesting for a moment that there
Sorry.
weren't constraints. What I was asking you was whether the indications from this report, your co-authored report, was that there was capacity, potential capacity, within 18C for turbine development at over 130 meters. And I had asked you whether you thought that the search area was more likely to be north of the Dusk Valley than south. From what
I
we've just
think
read.
that is possibly true because the cumulative effects and the limited scope to the south of the Dusk, but it still is limited to the north of the Dusk as well, as indicated by the overall sensitivity rating of high to medium for that particular typology, that high to turbine.
Do you remember giving evidence at the Araclea extension inquiry, which involved an extension to the north of the Araclea wind farm that we've just looked at on the map? And you were giving evidence against the suitability of the site for the Araclea proposed extension, which was south of the Dusk Valley. And you were asked where you thought there was scope for 200-meter turbines within 18C, and you thought that there was potentially capacity north of the Dusk Valley, and you thought that there was a possibility for an extension of Mark Hill. Do you remember giving that evidence?
I do, and I also remember saying that turbines 200 meters high might not be possible in that situation because of the effects on the Dusk and the Stincher potentially. And I also remember saying that such an extension may need to be fairly small.
If we assume that the applicants went to the right search area here, namely north of the Dusk Valley, and they were trying to avoid the Stincher Valley sensitivity on one side and the Merrick wildland area on the other side, would you accept that the site that they have chosen is approximately halfway between and is endeavoring to avoid imposing on either of those sensitive sites?
No, I heard Mr. Welsh say that, and I'm not certain that it is halfway between. And even if it were, I still think it doesn't get away from the fact that this proposal is too close to the eastern part of that landscape character type, the northeastern part, the eastern part as well, and therefore to both the Stincher and to the Merrick wildland area. So I think Mr. Welsh, I can't remember I think he said something like it respects the Merrick. I think that I just do not agree with that. It does not. The position of this proposal and the height of the turbines do not respect the Merrick.
Do you accept that the forest where the proposal is proposed to lie is a human artifact?
Yes, in the same way as most of our landscapes in Scotland are human artifacts. They've been managed for years. But what I would say about that forested area is that it does have feelings of remoteness because it's there's very little population in that area.
But if substantial felling had taken place, it wouldn't look anything like as attractive as it does at the moment. And it would look much more like a human artifact, would it not?
Sorry, can you just repeat that again, Mr. Thompson?
Yes, if there was a substantial amount of planned felling in the area between the Cincha Valley and the Merrick Hills, it would look far less attractive than it does at the moment. And it would look much more obviously like a human artifact if it had just been felled.
Oh, well, I'm not sure I agree with that. You have to remember that I worked for the Forestry Commission for a number of years. I have been involved with forestry and forest design. I would say it depends on the phasing of the felling. It would depend at what stage it's at, whether it's greening up. Yes, it can look raw when it's first felled, but that usually doesn't last very long.
How long does it last?
It can last up to 5 years. It just depends on conditions.
And if one was standing on the Merrick Hills looking west and one saw a substantial area of new fell, that is within the first 5 years of felling, it would look much more like a human artifact than it does at the moment.
Well, at the moment, if you're standing on the Awful Hand Ridge, you do see felling coops. It is in the process of a rotational felling plan. So I don't think it is any different. Yes, I think it was Mr. Welsh who accepted in his evidence this morning that some people would see that. I think it was from questioning from Mr. Gordon. Some people would appreciate it as being a human artifact, as you put it. It's more like a landscape management sort of regime. Other people wouldn't. They'd just see a forest. And I think if we're talking about forestry in that area, I think it's also useful to note, I think Mr. Welsh mentioned that tourism, Scottish Tourism mentioned Galway Forest as being the largest forest in the UK. Forest is an umbrella term used for a wide variety of landscapes. The Merrick Wildland area, which isn't forested, lies within the forest park. So a forest is more than just trees. It also includes open spaces too. Now, the particular area that lies in 18C is more commercially managed, and that's part of the plan for that particular area. And yes, I accept that it does have aspects of the rotational sort of felling and restocking does produce a sort of artificiality to the landscape in places. But I also acknowledge that some people don't appreciate that. They don't see that. I think you do have to have some sort of knowledge of that to recognise it.
I mean, to be blunt, someone like Dr. Gordon might not relish the prospect of a newly felled forest area when he was enjoying his climbing on the Merrick?
Well, I think it depends on the scale of it. And I mean, the felling coops are not big. I don't think you'd really notice it, to be quite honest, so much, because it is part of the pattern there of the rotation of felling and restocking. I don't think it's a big issue. I'm not quite understanding what you're getting at.
Well, as I understand your position on residential visual amenity, your position is that as long as the trees are there, there isn't an overbearing impact. But if the trees were taken away, there would be.
Yes, I do.
There's a fairly dramatic effect, so far as you're concerned, there.
But that's at the
And,
micro, that's at the micro scale. You're talking about a much broader scale if you're talking about views from the Merrick wildland area, are you not? You're talking about views from the ridge and the effects of what I'm assuming you're meaning is a large area of felling, which just isn't going to happen. That doesn't happen.
Well, what I wonder is if you could bring yourself to accept that a newly felled area of forest is less visually attractive than it was before the felling took place.
I think that's fair enough. Yes, it can be, particularly if there's a lot of brash lying around, but that doesn't last too long before it greens up or if the brash is cleared. So it does depend on the methods that are being used.
I thought you told me a moment ago that it lasted for about 5 years.
Well, 5 years for greening up for small trees to start growing, and so that's the process of greening up. But if the brash is the leftover timber, sometimes it can be left in situ, sometimes it's taken away. So it does depend on the management regime.
Yes. Could you look, please, at the 3-page table again of sensitivity, just immediately after the map, and look at the box against built environment for very large typology, which is defined as more than 130 meters. The presence of extensive operational and consented wind farms and the sparsely settled character of this landscape generally reduce sensitivity, although this typology would affect the setting and scale of settlement if sited nearby. Does that mean that the fact that there are comparatively few residential units within this landscape is a positive benefit?
Yes, I think it is. Sorry, I'm trying to think of the word. It is the opposite of a constraint. It's a beneficial. Sorry, I need to just.
Benefit might do.
My brain's gone. An opportunity. Let's put it that. I was trying to use the terminology that I've used in the report. So it is an opportunity, a potential opportunity for development. Yes.
And again, just thinking of the opportunities in this area for a wind farm. Were you thinking about the possibility of an extension of Mark Hill as a possibility, the possible opportunity?
Well, not specific, because you have to understand that this study, the capacity study, is a strategic study. It's not looking at specifics. It can't do that. And I think we did address this at the Aracliac extension inquiry. It doesn't replace the need for looking at a specific site and a particular development with a whole range of visual tools, ZTVs, visualizations, etc. So it can only provide very general guidance.
I'm not trying to pin you down to agreeing to any sort of wind farm in any particular place. I was simply trying to pick up with you the evidence that you've given at the Araclea extension inquiry to see whether you still accepted an extension of Mark Hill as a possibility.
It is a possibility, yes, but it would have to be thoroughly addressed and assessed, etc.
I think we're all beginning to realise the sort of testing process that has to be gone through. It's not something that's done on a whim, but just taking a very high level thought about this, one's familiar with the idea of an extension taking place if the extension is of the same nature as what was there already. So one can imagine an extension of the same size of turbines as are there at the moment.
Yes.
But that wouldn't be very effective if one was trying to produce efficient, low-cost electricity. So we know that larger turbines are now required to do that. So would there be visual reasons why one might not want an extension to consist of significantly larger turbines than the ones that were there already?
Yes, I think that's correct. And it is mentioned in 21.3.1 of the capacity study, where it says that extensions to operational wind farms, if close in size to existing turbines, could be accommodated. I think it is problematic, yes, particularly with the Mark Hill turbines, which are only 110 meters high, I think, to blade tip.
You're way ahead of me. If one was requiring larger turbines, rather than put them immediately adjacent to Mark Hill, might it be visually preferable to have them at a distance so they didn't look as if they were one development, half of one side and half the other sides?
I think that separation can work. And I would say that in my response to this proposal, I haven't identified any cumulative effects in terms of the nature of contrasts of scale with existing wind turbines. And that is because it is this proposal is slightly set apart from other wind farms. But when you're considering that separation, you've also got to consider the other constraints, which in this instance are, as I've put it before, the proximity to more sensitive landscapes. And that is really related to the fact that this proposal lies too close to the northeastern part of this landscape character type, and therefore has a significant effect on adjoining more sensitive landscapes.
Well, if we go back to the area generally north of the Disk Valley, and we're looking for a site for 200-meter turbines, we've agreed that it might not be a good idea to put them immediately adjacent to the Mark Hill site. We know that they shouldn't go any closer to the Stincher Valley. And we know also that they shouldn't go near to the Merrick wildland area. Are those all constraints that you would propound?
Yes, and I think that is reflected, as I've said before, in the sensitivity rating that's attributed to this landscape character type in the capacity study. It recognises that there are severe constraints to, particularly in relation to adjoining landscapes. It is a broad and expansively scaled landscape, but there are constraints to the south of the disk, as we've discussed, and to the north It's the proximity to the Merrick and the Upper Stinshire, which is a key issue. And it's added to by turbines which are increasing in size to 200 metres and over. I think in terms of an extension to Mark Hill, yes, putting a turbine that's twice the size next to the existing turbines at Mark Hill may be problematic, but you'd need to think of it, you'd need to test it in terms of key viewpoints. And it could be that it may be possible to put something that's smaller there, 150 metres or something, and it might not look too bad. It really is something that has to be tested. It depends on the height, the base height of the turbine, whether it can be partly screened. I mean, there's a good example, and I've forgotten the particular viewpoint, but it's in the Dusk Valley, which is in the Clauchrie LVIA, and you can see Mark Hill and Clauchrie side by side, but sorry, I was just going to look for the reference, just for the reporting. It's viewpoint 3. And I think, sir, if I can just take you to figure 6.29F, that's the photo montage from that viewpoint.
Yes.
And
Yes, I have it.
You have
Yeah.
that. So you see in that viewpoint, because there's some base screening of the bases of the turbines, the Clauchrie turbines are the ones to the right, and the bases of them are screened by trees. They are slightly further away than the Mark Hill turbines in this view, but not significantly so. But there's more of a compatibility. The differences in scale, in size of the turbines are not so glaringly obvious. So it does depend on local landform, screening elements such as forestry and woodlands, and that needs to be tested as to whether an extension could be accommodated in terms of Mark Hill. But admittedly, 200-metre high turbines might be going a bit too far in terms of an extension.
Do you accept the position summarised at paragraph 21.2.2 of the capacity study in relation to the area with which we're concerned, 18C?
Sorry, 22.2.2?
Yes. Unities.
Yes, I do. Yes.
The generally simple landform, expansive scale, and uniform land cover of commercial coniferous forestry, and the sparsely settled interior of this landscape, where large turbines could be sited to minimize effects on adjacent smaller scale valleys and glens.
Mm-hmm.
Do you accept that that applies to the area north of the Dusk Valley within 18C?
Well, in parts of it, yes. Obviously not in all of it.
Suggesting that, but we're looking for opportunities within that area.
Yes, yes.
And then if you go over to the top of the next page, the paragraph immediately before 21.3.2. There's a reference to the desirability of improving on the forestry position if there's felling necessary to accommodate turbines. And I think with your history with the Forestry Commission, this is an area that you're concerned about.
Yes, that's fair to say.
And that's why I think you say what you did at paragraph 4.9 of your inquiry report.
Yes.
You, paraphrasing, you regretted that the applicant hadn't taken the opportunity to do more about improving the forestry state after the proposed construction.
Yes.
What I wondered was whether you had considered condition 35, proposed condition 35, which is the forestry one. Are you aware of it?
I am aware of it.
And that so far as everyone's concerned, the replanting is something of a work in progress, in that there will be a plan, and I think it's 121 hectares of new planting, a plan to be approved by the council in consultation with the predecessor of the Forestry Commission. Could one really do better than that?
Yes, I think you could do much better than that. I mean, restocking with 21 hectares is nothing. In my opinion,
121.
Sorry?
121.
121, yes, sorry. That's still quite small. In my opinion, having looked at a range of wind farm developments, as I've mentioned before, there are very few, if any, that really properly tackle the issue of enhancement of the landscape that they're sited within. And I think this is a great missed opportunity. And this proposal is no different to that. In my opinion, I think there should be greater consideration of forestry and other land uses to enhance and to mitigate to a degree the effects of the development that's being proposed.
Well, first of all, is it too late? Can't condition 35 be used to achieve at least some of what you're seeking?
I think it's a possibility. I think, though, it should have been proposed right at the start as part of in the early stage of the application. And I know that South Ayrshire Council have mentioned it in the scoping during scoping stage. But I think a more radical look needs to be taken in terms of enhancement of the forestry in that area, and it could be done as by means of a condition.
Are you aware that thus far the council has accepted condition 35 as proposed?
Yes, I know they have, yes.
So is your view on this matter perhaps something of a personal view rather than the council's position?
I think that's fair to say. The council didn't object on the grounds of effects on forestry or landscape enhancement or whatever. I feel it's important to air it, and it was in my original response on the project.
Turning to something completely different, the residential visual assessment, amenity assessment. As I understand the position, when you did your report to the council, which was APP1C in May last year. And indeed, when the council considered the report based to some extent on your recommendation, it left open the question of residential visual amenity because the necessary fieldwork hadn't been done.
That's correct. Right.
And was the position that what the applicant had put forward looked all right, but you weren't in a position, or the council wasn't in a position to check it?
Yes, that's right. Yes, not on the ground.
Now, has the council done a residential visual amenity assessment?
Well, not in the same way as that's been included in the LVIA, but the council, I went out with Alan, Mr. Edgar, who will be appearing at the policy hearing, and also with Mark Steele, who's prepared the written statement for Mr. Shaw. And we had a joint site visit to look at the residences affected.
What I'm having some difficulty about is understanding how you can properly have come to a view about residential visual amenity without having carried out yourself the study using the methodology proposed in whatever it is. The guidance note 2 of 2019, which is at CD.
The Landscape Institute guidance.
Yes.
I'm sorry, I'm not understanding you, Mr. Thompson. Are you suggesting that the council should have undertaken their own residential visual amenity assessment in the same way, so replicating in the same amount of detail the study that was the RVAA study that's included as part of the EIA?
Well, if you're going to come to a contrary view to that produced in that study, which was done in accordance with the guidance, I would expect to see either a critique of where the methodology was wrong, or a critique of where the assessment differed. And I'm wondering if you produced a report doing that, which could then have been used as the basis for the council to decide to enhance their objection to include that matter.
I see what you're getting at now. I didn't do that. We went on a joint site visit. We appraised the assessment. We were fully aware of the Landscape Institute guidance. We had reviewed the RVAA within the EIA, and we discussed it on site. Mr. Steele has produced his written statement. I have commented on that, on a draft of that. We effectively did the assessment together with Mr. Edgar. I didn't produce my own report, but I am relying on Mr. Steele's report, which I believe to be sound.
Well, let's look at it this way. Does the council know, in deciding to extend its objection to cover this topic, that you are relying on Mark Steele's report for your advice to the council, and that the council is not leading Mr. Steele as a witness at this inquiry?
Yes, I think they're fully aware of that. As I say, Mr. Edgar was out on site with us. and was fully aware of the conclusions that were being reached during that site work.
Does Mr. Edgar have the expertise to critique and express himself not satisfied with the applicant's assessment?
Sorry, can you repeat that again? I'm not quite getting that.
Does Mr. Edgar have the expertise to effectively overrule the retail, the residential, slip of the tongue, residential amenity assessment prepared by Mr. Welsh?
Yes, I think he does. He's a very experienced planner. And quite often in South Ayrshire Council, I have been out on joint site visits with many of the planners, development planners, and we have done the residential assessment together, and they have sometimes gone on to look at other properties on their own, and I think they are fully capable of considering a residential visual assessment. Yes.
Without advice from you?
Yes, I would say so, without advice from me.
And without advice from Mr. Steele?
Yes, and they have done that in the past.
So what I'm trying to get at is whether, or the extent to which, the council relied on either you or Mr. Steele in arriving at their decision and conclusion about residential amenity.
Okay, if that's what you're getting at, for this particular proposal, they did, Mr. Edgar relied on both myself and Mr. Steele, but he was party to the assessment in the field. We visited each of the properties and other properties and looked at the methodology in detail and looked at the conclusions produced by Open and came to our own findings.
Right. Yes, again, on a completely different topic. Paragraph 6.13 of your report. Is it your position that you can't have a wind farm within a local landscape area?
I think it depends on the character, the character and the reasons for designation, special qualities, etc., of that local landscape area. And it also depends on the nature of the wind farm.
But you're not aware of any general guidance that it's not possible to have a wind farm in a local landscape area?
No, there is no such guidance.
Not suggesting that there is or should be.
No, I think it, as I said before, it does depend on particular designation and on the nature of the proposals. You could get an extremely well-sited wind farm that didn't comprise huge turbines. Maybe it was a community wind farm, something like that, maybe using second-hand turbines, so they sat well in the landscape. I think you'd have to take each any sort of development proposal like that on its merits and consider the effects on the character and the special qualities and the reasons for the designation.
Again, changing tack, do you accept Mr. Welsh's evidence about the domestic curtilage, which falls to be considered when doing a residential visual amenity?
Oh, we're back on residential, right? Okay. Yes, I do. In terms of the Landscape Institute guidance, yes.
And one final thought, Ms. Anderson. Your capacity assessment from 2018, is it your view that it's still up to date and fully functioning?
2018, but the field work was done in 2017 from memory. I think obviously wind turbines have got even larger than 200 meters. We did consider up to 200 meters. It could do with a little bit of updating on that. It's reasonably up to date in terms of cumulative effects, in that there are a few consents that had occurred just before the report was issued. Of course, there are a whole raft of recent proposals, so it could be outdated very soon, depending on what the outcome of those are. But I think it is reasonably up to date for a strategic study, and I would stress that it is a strategic study. It's providing strategic guidance, and it considers the relative sensitivity of landscape character types, and in doing so, I feel it is still pertinent.
I wasn't suggesting that it wasn't pertinent. I was just exploring the extent to which things may have moved on since it was produced. And one of the things I was thinking about was the reference in one of the paragraphs we've already looked at to the fact that the need for aircraft lighting on turbines over 150 meters may rule them out in certain sensitive areas, such as where there are dark skies.
Mm-hmm.
If things have moved on to the extent that applicants, like the present applicant, is prepared to accept a suspensive condition involving the use of ADLS, may that consideration have to be reconsidered?
Yes, I would agree with that. Lighting is noted in the study, and I think there would have to be perhaps certainty about the mitigation strategy in order to make it worthwhile to update the study on that basis. But I would say that the lighting is just one aspect and one sort of potential that potentially impacts on landscape and visual interests. Excuse me. It still wouldn't alter the constraints that are identified for this particular landscape character type 18C. Whether the turbines were lit or not.
The word particularly.
Sorry, I didn't catch you right at the beginning. It was
Is that because of the use of the word particularly in the paragraph that we looked at? Would you like to go back to it?
Yes, let's go back to that.
It's paragraph 21.2. And it's 3 paragraphs up from the bottom of the page.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Well, that's talking about the dark sky part, really, and it's talking about that sense of remoteness in the forested area within the character type itself. Elsewhere in the summary of sensitivity, it quite clearly talks about landscapes with a strong sense of wildness, and they're the adjacent landscapes, such as the Merrick, obviously the Merrick wildland area. So that's there's one aspect, which is the dark sky park. There is also an aspect on wildness, but some, the key constraints really relate to daytime effects, which are still relevant, irrespective of what mitigation can be installed for the lighting.
See, if there was a consideration like that in a document like this, which proved to be unfounded in fact, because things have moved on, one might then be faced with a policy that didn't seem to work anymore. And in that case, one might have to fall back on paragraph 33 or 34 in SPP. So there might be a policy vacuum if one was relying on a policy which had become out of date and effectively inoperable because it failed to take account of a relevant consideration.
It's a relevant consideration, but it's only one of a number. So I think you need to have a balanced view on that. Yes, lighting is an issue, but it's not the most major issue in terms of the key constraints that are identified in the study. Landscape and visual constraints, I should say.
Is that something that you hadn't previously thought about?
About aviation lighting or about updating?
The risk of this policy becoming inoperable because it contained a consideration that was no longer valid.
But what policy, Mr. Thompson, are you talking about? The capacity study isn't policy, it's a material consideration, but it doesn't form policy, it's guidance. So what policy are you talking about?
Well, I'm looking at how you approached the matter. This was the first document that you went to in advising the council.
But that's because I'm a landscape architect and I'm a landscape consultant advising on purely landscape and visual matters. The capacity study is a landscape capacity study, and that forms the key information and guidance on landscape and visual matters. The council themselves will have looked at policy and a whole range of other matters, not just landscape and visual.
Very well. Thank you very much, Ms. Anderson. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Thompson. Thank you, Mr. Thompson.
I've got a few. I think Miss Spence seems to have left us. Are you here, Miss Spence? So I think I can move on to my questions, but Ms. Anderson, would you appreciate a short break now? We've been going quite a long time.
I'd love to get a glass of water, actually, if that's all right.
Okay, well let's not stop the meeting, but we'll just stop for a minute for you to do that.
Okay, thanks.
Steve, Miss Spence is having real problems trying to get logged onto the call.
All right.
We've tried to get her to even just call in from a landline, but even that's not working just now.
Right. Okay. Because she's due to give evidence after this.
Yeah, we're in the background working away, trying to get her logged on some way, but it's not looking good at this point in time.
Okay, well, I mean, I think we'll take a proper break once Ms. Anderson's had her re-examination. So, you know, I'm sure we won't be requiring her, say, till 3:30 at the earliest.
Right. We'll try our best.
If that helps.
Right.
Okay, cheers, Ben.
Thank you.
Cheers. Right, Ms. Anderson, are you suitably hydrated?
I am.
Right, good. Yes, now, paragraph, Mr. Welsh's inquiry report. Paragraph 8.37.
So I just have to get that up, so. Could you give me the paragraph number again, please?
8.37.
Okay, yeah.
Right, and he's criticising the landscape capacity study here because he's saying that, oh, he's characterising the landscape character assessment character study as saying as directing wind farm development away from densely forested and sparsely populated areas because they seem remote. Whereas he's saying as a counter argument to that remote, unpopulated, densely forested areas are exactly where you would want to put a wind farm. So I don't know if you've got any comments on his argument that he gives there in paragraph 8.37. I
think he has a point, but in that paragraph, he's just selected a section of the text which is under summary of sensitivity, and I think it's important to read the whole of it because I think, and it could just be the wording in that, and I think Mr. Thompson focused on that particular paragraph. It's under 21.2 under summary of assessment. It's principally looking at effects on the dark skies park, and the sense of remoteness experienced in that densely forested area, plus its sparsely settled nature, does mean for dark skies, and it does lie within the transition zone of the dark sky park. So that's really what that paragraph is relating to. I think he's correct in saying that the fact that that area is densely forested and sparsely settled does reduce sensitivity in relation to wind farm development. But I think he has been selective in picking out that particular bit of text because I think you need to read the whole thing. And you also need to read the guidance for development, which is clearer.
Okay, thank you. Then if I can go to your report. And this is paragraph 7.3. 1, Roman bullet 1. And in the second sentence, they say Shalach on Minich is popular with walkers. I wonder what basis you had for saying that. I mean, as I touched on with Dr. Gordon the other day, it didn't seem to be no very obvious pathways and so on it that I could see.
Oh.
So, Maybe I
Well,
took the wrong
you
route.
didn't find it then. It does take a bit of searching because it's quite heathery, isn't it? Well, I went up on a lovely sunny day. I've been up twice actually, but the second time I went up was around Easter, and there were surprisingly a lot of people up there. Came across about 12 groups, which to me is quite a few people, and there was a walking group as well. I think what's special about Charlotte and Minnock, I mean, it's a Corbett, and Corbetts are increasingly popular to do. Once you've done your Munros, you do your Corbetts, as far as I can make out. But I mean, it's quite an unassuming hill. It's quite sort of rounded, and nothing sort of too dramatic about it. But when you get up to the top, and you'll have appreciated it if you've walked up, because I know that you've walked the ridge, haven't you? But it's just that broadness of the plateau. It could be somewhere like the Cairngorms. It just has that amazingly sort of airy position, which I think Dr. Gordon mentioned when he was describing it, about the feeling of walking in that on that sort of ridge, and it is relatively easy to get to from the road if you find the right path, that is, and there's a little bridge that goes across the burn, which you may not have found, but I felt that it was a relatively popular hill. I didn't think it was going to be, so I was quite surprised that there were so many people there.
Thank you. Paragraph 7.10 of your report, and the second sentence of that, I just got a bit confused with the double negatives. Could you just perhaps rephrase for me the second sentence of paragraph 7.10 so that I understand what you're saying there?
Right. So I consider that Furter Farmhouse, Charlotte Well, would pass the visual amenity threshold if the forestry were to be removed or suffer from major wind blow.
So when you say something passes the threshold, that's bad.
That's bad.
Right.
Yes,
okay.
that's the overbearing kind of nature of effects. Yes. Yes, that's not very
Right,
well.
That's what confused me. I was thinking passing was good, but right.
Yeah, threshold, you kind of think, oh, you're going up, but no.
Okay, thank you. Now, I had some questions earlier for Mr. Welsh, which I'd also like to put to you.
Okay.
And one of them was about the capacity study, talking about very large turbines over 130 meters. And then we've heard, Mr. Welsh told me, and we've heard again now, that there are some references to 200 meters turbines in the document. And I think I heard you say recently that you considered the range of 130 meters to 200 meters.
Yes, yes, we did. Yes.
So would it be fair to say that a very large turbine, in terms of the capacity study, is 130 meters to 200 meters?
Yes,
And then
that's
there might
correct.
be, if somebody came along with something for 250 meters, that might be
a different category. Yes.
And then I was asking him about the cluster and gap approach, and how looking more strategically across southwest Scotland, and how Clauchrie might fit in to somebody who is looking to pursue a cluster and gap approach to wind farms. Do you have any comments on that?
I mean, it's quite. It has been thought about for some time now, the cluster and gap sort of approach, and I think it was particularly coined for the Kintyre Peninsula. From what I remember, we're talking about minimizing cumulative effects, particularly when you view it from Arran, and looking at, if you cluster wind farms and then you have a bit of a gap, does it make it a bit more easy on the eye and less dominant in terms of the effects of the wind farm developments. I think you are, I would agree with Mr. Welsh. I think he was saying this, but if you look at the map, which goes CD 7.16, which is in the capacity study for the character type 18C, and that's showing a distinct cluster to the south of the disk. And then there's another, just in the context of South Ayrshire, this is. So that sort of cluster, which includes Kilgalleach, Chimory, Stranach, and Aracleach, it extends into Dumfries and Galloway, and that's quite a concentrated cluster of development. You have another cluster in South Ayrshire, which is associated with a narrower band of uplands between the Dusk and the Girvan Valley, and that includes Hadyard Hill and Assal Valley and Trelorg wind farms. So I think you're getting that pattern to a degree in South Ayrshire. I think it is of relevance, but it needs to be as strongly associated with the sensitivity of landscape character types. For example, there have been some proposals in what we call the coastal foothills, which are 17E on that map. And these are really sensitive. They're quite narrow. They're seen from both the coast and also from the lower Stinshire Valley. And certainly within South Ayrshire, within the council, we've tried hard to keep those free of development. So that is almost like a clustering and gap sort of rationale, where we think it's important to keep some of the uplands within South Ayrshire free of development, so you don't get this unrelenting kind of views of wind farms wherever you are within South Ayrshire, and you reduce the effects on the coast, but particularly on the valleys such as the Stinshire. So I think it does have relevance, but it does need to be related to sensitivity, landscape sensitivity.
I think that was all I had. I mean, I asked Mr. Welsh about this terminology around wind farm landscapes and landscapes with wind farms, and there being thresholds and cumulative impacts arising when you went over the threshold. And I understood his answer. So unless you think he said anything amiss there.
No, I think he was correct. I think the part of landscape character type 18C to the north of the Dusk, that is a landscape with wind farms, whereas to the south of the Dusk, I think I understood what he was saying, that is increasingly a wind farm landscape, i.e. a landscape that is principal characteristic is wind farm development. They are a key characteristic of that landscape. I think, sir, you did ask, and maybe you were going to go on to this, you did ask Mr. Welsh about viewpoints 1 and 2.
Yes, I was thinking maybe you'd given me your view on that in your one of your earlier answers, but by all means go ahead. And
did, because well, there was just one point I would like to make, particularly on I think it was viewpoint 1 from Chimory. Because that's viewpoint, yeah, viewpoint 1. So I think from my understanding, you were commenting on the much larger size of the Clauchrie
I was commenting on, normally you expect things closer to you to be larger and things further away to be smaller. But in this case, the further away thing is larger, and whether that sits uncomfortably on the eye.
I think that this is an issue from this viewpoint at the moment. And I think there is a contrast in size between those two developments, the turbines in those two developments, almost heightened by the more elevated location of Clauchrie. But what it should be should be remembered in this view, if the consented Clauchrie wind farm is constructed, and there's no signs that it's not going to be, you're going to get pretty huge turbines in the foreground of that view, which is why I didn't consider there would be a significant effect from this viewpoint. Otherwise, I would have, because of that contrast in scale of the turbines between Mark Hill and Clauchrie. But I think your eye is going to be distracted by the foreground turbines.
That was all I had. So if I'd like to go back to Mr. Campbell then, please. And if you've got any questions in re-examination, Mr. Campbell.
Thank you, Ms. Anderson. Good afternoon again. Just harking back a few minutes to the cluster and gap idea, which the reporter has put to you, as well as needing a sort of similarities of sensitivity, you would, of course, need some policy background or policy thinking for that idea in a local authority, wouldn't you? Is there any such thing in South Ayrshire?
No, there isn't.
Thank you. What led to the updating of the landscape capacity study in 2018?
Principally cumulative effects, in that the Kilgallia wind farm had been consented, and I think it had been constructed by then. So there was a lot of update. The various other wind farms had been consented as well, and also the increasing size of wind turbines.
Yeah, so physical changes of one kind or another.
Yes, that's correct.
I'm not sure if my learned friend Mr. Thompson was putting to you that policies might become out of date because of lighting developments. Did you listen to the lighting session in this?
I did. I dipped in and out.
You dipped in and out. All right. Well, in that case, I won't ask you any questions about it. But, are you clear whether or not there is a lighting solution in existence at the moment?
I don't know what you mean by solution. Are you meaning like a more radical mitigation rather than just directional lighting, or?
Well, a mitigation acceptable to the CAA and the aircraft community?
No, I understand that there isn't.
You were asked some questions about the differences in sizes between a wind farm and its extension, brought about as a matter of necessity to generate more electricity. That is the position at Araclea, isn't it? That the existing built turbine is a different size from the proposed extension.
That's correct.
And that was a matter that you assessed in that inquiry.
Yes.
That difference, you assessed that.
Mm-hmm.
Considered it. Is that right?
Yes, that's correct.
Yes, I'm sorry, you're looking at me rather puzzled, but
No,
the question questions were put to you about, as I understood them, the need for larger turbines, the perceived need for larger turbines sitting alongside smaller turbines, and that being the product of necessity rather than design.
Yes,
That is what we have at Clauchrie, isn't it?
it is.
So without making a judgment, because that's the job of another reporter, we have if you like, a life-size example right on our doorstep here, don't we?
Yes.
Does that enable us to make any sort of comparison between Mark Hill and Clauchrie when looking at them together?
No, I don't think it does, because I think you need to look at everything on its own merits and look at it in a bit more detail.
Yeah. Okay, those are all the questions I have for you. Thank you very much indeed. Much obliged. So thank you.
Thank you. So I'm still not seeing Ms. Graham. Any update on reconnecting with Ms. Spence?
Sorry, I didn't hear you, sir.
I was speaking to Graham.
Yeah,
IT.
we've still got problems, still not getting her at all.
Okay. Do you think there's any? I mean, we will take a break now anyway, and we can come back in 10 minutes, or it's not. Do you think it's not worth it?
Give us the 10 minutes and see where we are.
Okay.
After
Well,
that.
right, we'll do that then.
If that's
So,
all right.
Sir, I wonder
Okay.
if you want me further today, could you ask Graham to send me a message? And I'll just leave the connection open, but I do have something else I need to do quite quickly now.
That's fine. Yeah, if we can.
Would that be all right?
Okay.
I don't intend any discourtesy, but I have something else I must do. And if Graham could send me a message, I can come back into the inquiry if you want me.
Is that possible, Graham?
Yeah, we can send you an email. Would that be all right?
That's fine,
if
thank you.
needed. Right.
Okay. I mean, if you're, I mean, the alternative is we can certainly fit in Ms. Spence another time. We've got other windows elsewhere in the inquiry. I'm sure that we can fit her in. So
Who's next in the list, sir, for this session?
that would be us. We'd be finished now.
You finished, yeah. That's what I thought.
Okay. Well, we'll come back at 25 minutes to 4, and we'll see if we can get through to Ms. Spence then.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Right, Steve. We've got a last resort we're going to try with Miss Spence. I think you're on mute, so I can't hear what you're saying, sorry.
Right, good, good.
Trying to get her to call my mobile number, and I'll put her on the speakerphone through the laptop, if you know what I mean, to see if that works.
Okay, we'll give that a try.
That could be our last resort. If not, then that's going to be us for today, I'm afraid.
Okay, okay. So are you going to do that now?
I've sent her the email just now, so I'm just waiting on her responding.
Okay.
All right.
Yeah, yeah.
So I'm just going mute just now. So maybe another couple of minutes before
Okay.
we're back.
Okay.
Steve, I may have Pat Spence on the line. You're muted again.
Okay, do you want to put her on then?
Right. Miss Spence, if you want to speak and see if we can hear.
Yeah, well, I've finally seem to have made some contact. It's ridiculous. I've been knocked off about 6 times, and then I just couldn't get on again at all. Don't know what's going on. Yes, I'm not quite sure where you're up to anyway.
Well, we finished hearing from. Can you hear me, Ms. Spence?
Yes, I can hear you.
Right, good. Well, it's a shame, obviously, that you've not been able to connect in the normal way. But are you happy just to proceed like this, or the alternative is we could try another day?
Well, I'll try like this if it's going to, you know. I don't think that there's a lot that I can say. Can people hear me?
I can hear you fine. Yes, yes.
Okay.
Well, where we are is that we finished hearing the evidence from Carol Anderson. So really, it's over to you now. And we've got your recognition, and
Yeah.
it's up to you really. I mean, if you wanted to read out your recognition, then you can do, or if you just want to enlarge on some of the points that you make in there, and then we'll see if Mr. Thompson has any questions for you.
Yeah, okay. Well, basically, I can sum up the precognition probably more briefly, if that'll help.
Yes. Why don't you go ahead and do that, please?
Okay. Well, I'm talking about the cumulative effect of the wind farms around my area, and basically the Clauchrie one, along with the Clay extension, would simply add to a 180-degree surround of my property, consisting of a considerable number of wind farms. There's Clauchrie, there will be Cherbury with Strannock behind. Then there's Clay, we're going round clockwise from southeast round to the north. There's Clay with the Clay extension. Then there would be Clauchrie and Mark Hill. There's an outer circle which comprises that there are more wind farms. So I just wondered whether you would consider that I've got more than enough wind farms, because I am on the more or less the top of a hill, which is surrounded by lower ground and then higher ground about the same height or more higher than I am, on top of which are perched all these wind turbines, which not only remind me that they're there, but they also remind me all the time that I almost never can stop being aware of them, because they're thumping away all the time and I don't get any sleep, etc., which comes into the noise thing, I know, but the visual effect, particularly if you're allowed to add these 200-meter high monstrosities, would make it totally impossible for me to live in my property, a property which I can't sell. And I just, I think there is overkill. I mean, I spoke to Daniel Ferrier, who was constructing Kilgalliack at the time. He was in charge of that, or the next in charge. He said that basically, he was talking particularly about Kilgalliack, but he said that basically they were only applying for 11 turbines at Kilgalliack because they couldn't fit any more turbines in. And the same, I believe, is applying to the Clay extension and also to Clauchrie, which essentially is a Mark Hill extension. And I just, it's just more than people should have to put up with. And also, I think that being so close to Furta and Shallackwell, I think, is another one. They really only just over a kilometre, and at that size, they're going to be in the same sort of situation I'm in, and you shouldn't be allowed to treat people in that way, because basically it's torture. So I mean, that is basically what I want to say, but also the fact that the way that the applications have been staggered it is allowing them to stop the emphasis on the cumulative effect, because I think that the cumulative effect should include everything that in such a small area that is being proposed. It should all be considered as one, because when the results, if they're approved, will be one hell of a big difference to anybody in this area. It is not fair. And that's basically what I have to say.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Spence. I'll give Mr. Thompson an opportunity to ask any questions if he has any.
Okay.
Thanks, sir. Only one. Hello, Ms. Spence. Are you all right there?
Hello. Hello. I'm just about here. I can hear you. Yes.
Good. Only one question. In your precognition, at the end, you talk about overnight maintenance at Kilgalliack and the light coming from that. I just wondered if that was something that had happened. Yeah, was that something that had happened this year? Was that something that happened this year or earlier?
It happens, not terribly often, but several. I mean, a number of times during the year it seems to happen.
Has it happened this year?
I believe so. Yeah. I can't just remember exactly when. I haven't written dates down, but I mean, you can see an orange glow in the sky from the main bedroom windows of the house, which is not very convenient.
Is this something you've seen? Sorry, is this something that you've seen or other people have told you about?
This is something I can see from my bedroom windows.
Thank you very much indeed, Ms. Spence. Thank you, sir. That's the only question I had.
Thank you, Mr. Thompson. Ms. Spence, I've not had the chance to visit your house, but I have looked at some of the visualizations. Have you seen the visualizations that have been prepared?
I have. I've looked at the previous, but I haven't looked at them very recently.
And do you think they give a fair? I mean, I think I've looked at there are some viewpoints, viewpoints 1, 2, and 3, which form a triangle really around your house, sort of a kilometre to the northwest and a kilometre to the north, the northeast, and one further to the south. When you did see them, were you reasonably happy that they gave a fair representation of what the wind farm would look like from your house?
Well, I take these visualizations as something of a pinch of salt, because I've seen visualizations for all the wind farms pretty well that surround me, and I have always noticed that when you see them in reality, they're always more prominent than the visualizations. I've had this discussion at the various meetings that they've had in the hall on occasions, and I've looked. I've actually taken the old visualizations that were produced and were left behind the hall and lent to me by Celia Strain, who is the secretary of the community council. And I've taken them and looked at the visualizations and said, yes, they do, every time they misrepresent to quite a considerable degree what the reality turns out to be.
Mm-hmm.
They on pretty much every time they tend to look about half as big again as the visualization. If you can get hold of the copies of previous ones and compare the reality yourself when you make your visit. You see what I mean?
Do you think? I noted from your recognition that you say you can see the Clauchrie extension turbine, or you would be able to see the Clauchrie extension turbines.
Yes, because they will be so much taller than the trees.
Yeah.
And also the trees that are along our access road won't be very long before they are felled anyway.
I'm just wondering if what visibility you'll have from your house of the Clauchrie turbines. I mean, the
Clauchrie turbines, there are no trees in the way whatsoever.
Right.
It's straight view across field.
Okay, that's good. That's helpful.
You should
so you can see them
on your visit.
So you can see them from your windows, from
not from the house, but from the garden and from the field immediately outside the close. The thing about when you can see them directly, it basically means you get more noise from them, which I'll be telling you about the noise things.
Yes.
Providing I don't get knocked off the.
Well, yeah. Fingers crossed. Fingers crossed. Yes.
Yeah. Well, I don't know why. I mean, it's been fine all week, and then why it's just suddenly started doing this today.
I know, because we were seeing you fine earlier on, but hopefully we'll get it resolved for the noise session.
Right. Well, the strange thing was I could get the one that people can watch that are not taking part in. I could get that perfectly clearly and no problem whatsoever. But I seem to be locked out of this, and it keeps telling me that the password's wrong. Don't know. I don't know what's going on.
Oh well, I'll leave you to talk to our IT experts about that. Do you have any final points you'd like to make?
I think that people, because of the way people have been told about these inquiries. Now, when I went to the hall to talk about the inquiry when they had the meeting, and there were a number of people who came along to the hall, and they and I expected not only to see the Clauchrie books and the hard copies of all the applications, but also the Clay ones, because they was both going to be affected, and a large number of people came, and they found that the ones for the Clay one were locked up in a cupboard and somebody had gone away with the key. And the person from the applicant who is in charge of the meeting to explain it all said, oh, well, it would be very confusing to have the two of them available at the same time as they were all idiots. And I thought that was very poor. And the publicity, I think, has been extremely poor, and people need to get a proper cumulative view of what is going on, because as Miss Mackenzie said, and I wrote this down, she said, people can only respond if they know what the proposal is. And I think people need to know the bigger picture, because I think that there's quite a degree of trying to keep this as quiet as they can, and not let people know about it, or not let them know how much is going on. I mean, yesterday they were talking about the SPR have 9 applications in fed around, not all in the very immediate vicinity, but this is it's not just nothing. It's not just an odd one here and there. It's mass. And I think people who are having to live with these things need to have the opportunity to know exactly the scale of what is being proposed, and that they're getting it piecemeal, as though a little bit more here and a little bit more here will notice it. And I think that is a particularly despicable attitude from the applicants, and it shouldn't be allowed to happen. They shouldn't be allowed to do this in this way, and I think that the inquiries should be at least there should be an overview inquiry before the individual inquiries took place. I think that is only fair to the people who live in this area, because we didn't come to live here to be surrounded by these things. We suddenly don't have a choice, and now that there's so many of them here, we don't have the choice to go away because we can't sell our houses. And really, the applicants, not just this applicant, all the applicants have tried to do it by stealth, and I find it despicable and totally dishonest. And I think that's about it. That's all I have to say at the moment.
Well, thank you, Miss Spence. I've made a note of that. I mean, you'll be aware I'm only tasked with making recommendations about Clauchrie, but I've certainly made a note of what you've said.
Yeah, I appreciate that, and I know that the discussion has been held before. We had it before the Clay one, and everybody who is involved in this area is of that opinion. I have discussed it with quite a lot of people, and everybody is of the opinion that there should be some sort of overall view presented so that we know what exactly is proposed. I mean, we've tried to say this quite a lot of times, and we have tried very hard to get an overall view of it, and it's obviously not been successful. So I'm glad that it can maintain the balance, bear in mind that this is just one proposal among many, and particularly when you're thinking about the cumulative effect of all this.
Yes, well, certainly that is part of my consideration, is the cumulative effect.
Yeah.
Right, well, thank you then, Ms. Spence, if that wraps up what you wanted to say.
Pretty much, yes.
Okay, thank you. I think we heard you fine there. So that in the end, that
Okay.
works. That works.
Right, thank you. Bye.
Thank you. So I think that finishes our consideration of landscape and visual matters this week. As I mentioned earlier, we're not meeting on Friday or next Monday. So I think we're back on Tuesday when we're going to start our discussion of, I believe it is going to be hydrology and private water supplies. So does anybody have any final, Mr. Thompson, any final points to make?
No, thank you, sir.
Right, we'll leave it there then. And we'll see you next week, those of you who are taking part next week. Right, thank you. Have a good weekend.
Bye.
Bye.